Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Going on, Oshik? Neki, welcome in. How's everybody doing? Now we're gonna work on lured in today. I would like to get a research system implemented, so we're gonna mess around with that a little bit. I think what I want to do for lured in is kind of have like two systems. We'll have a research system, and then also eventually later down the line a rebirth system. So they're two different things. Research is going to mainly be focused on like just unlocking new content, just so that we don't throw literally everything at the player immediately. It'll kind of like gate things behind a certain amount of income, which I think will be good. That's mainly what it's going to serve. Yeah, start it here in just a second. Hold on, I'm just fixing a sprite. Nope, turns out I don't like it like that. Hold on, guys. Alright. Also, four-star Yelp review, welcome in. Alright. So here we are. I've been working on a bunch of things. Let me show you guys what I've been doing. We got this little thing that pops up in the corner now when you're playing music. This is nice to actually know what track is playing. Also added a little settings icon up here just so... One of the things I want to do with this game is like keep it completely playable via mouse, because I think it's just nice to be able to do that. I think it's a pretty expected thing when it comes to an idle game like this, so... But I've been focusing just on a lot of like little quality of life things. It shows the weight now whenever you hover over the tank at any time. You don't have to be in like the fish moving screen. Fix a couple bugs. When you move a fish now into a tank, it just automatically returns you back to this menu. I think it's just a lot faster to add fish in. Because normally you'd have to click the thing, add fish, put it in, and then you'd have to go back into the inventory and get the fish again. So it just speeds it up a little bit. What else did I do? I'm gonna change the look here. Yeah, the settings, the pop-up. Yeah, I made it so you can now move around with the left and right click with the camera. Normally you could do it with the middle mouse button, but I just also added left and right. And then for fishing, I made it so that you can actually fail the minigame now. Also, the number of like nibbles you get before the bite is randomized too. So you can see you have like a time limit on this minigame. It's not a very difficult time limit to beat, but it's kind of just like a little, you know, puts a little bit of a fire underneath you for actually completing the minigame. Yeah, it's going good. I think it'll be nice. And I'd like eventually also to add like difficulty values to each kind of fish too. We'll probably get into that at some point. But yeah, we are going to work on the research system. So let's do that, shall we? This little gear I drew. Let's go draw an icon for the research. Yeah, moving the click is nice. Yeah, it definitely is convenient. Because now you can use WASD, left, right, or middle click, so it's pretty easy. Alright. So we're gonna do a research flask. I'll just do the typical research flask. We could do one that's sort of like... one at a little bit of an angle. up here would be the opening. Something along these lines. Also, of course, we're working on Lured In right now, but I have been doing some more deadlift stuff, and I'm excited to show that off eventually. I figured out some huge things that are gonna help a lot in terms of just making more content. I can show you guys what I'm talking about in just a second here, after we do this sprite. Because I kept talking about figuring out some way to be able to not have to duplicate all the meshes that I model for the corridors. So I'll show you guys. It'll be pretty nice, I think. I don't know, something like this is fine. Now we just connect it. So let's see, it'll go like... Research flask. Something along these lines. It'll have some purple goo in there. Just getting the perspective correct. Okay, let's just do this for a second. This would be the opening. Alright. Now a bunch of gray. We'll have a little bit of like a lip at the top. Alrighty. And we will fill this with the liquid. Oops. All right. This should be a little more circular. Okay, then we need... This is glass, so the edges should be glass-like. Do some anti-aliasing around there. So let's see. We need some shine marks and whatnot. Just thinking about the shape of this bottle. You can just do that one. Fill this all in. Guess that's fine. Okay, continuing on. We're gonna need bubbles in here. Let me go find another sort of flask like this. I think this is too round. I need to remove that song? Oh, yeah. I can do that. What was it called again? I didn't I didn't see. See, I'm not super thrilled with the shape here. I want this to be more of a traditional test tube shape. Here, let's just redo everything. It'll be fine. That's better. Oops. Rogue home, okay. I'll do that. Yeah, it's better. I was not happy with the last shape. Yeah. Yeah, drawing at angles like this is harder, but it looks cool though. I think it's worth it. Whoa! Thank you so much for that. Yeah, for the gift to Oshik. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's epic. Because I realize gravity, so let's change the way this liquid is. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. It's much appreciated. Yeah, I think it'd be like this. Confetti worked as intended. Pretty epic. I always think it's so weird how Twitch has that, like, big delay for some reason between, like... I mean, I get why it happens, but it just seems odd that the API does it like that. I don't know. It does that thing where it, like, has a delay between the person buying the thing and then it actually, like, sending the signal that it happened. I don't know why. Let's go. Got the dancing guy. Dancing start run guy. Alright, something like this, then we want research bubbles. Looks like research to me. And I imagine this would have some shine. Okay. Getting there. And I think this would be sort of darkened. And there'd probably be a shine mark on here. Let's see. Let's do that. Okay. Mostly good to go here, I think. What else would I want to add? I could do like the dark on the edges. Because sometimes it's like that with real glass, but... I don't know, glass is always tricky because it's transparent. And especially if you've got a liquid inside of it, it's wacky. I think this will be fine. Now we just outline it. Oops. It gets the idea across, and that's all that matters. Now we can do more anti-aliasing and whatnot. Let's do a little bit of this. I think this is too thick up on top. Should see more like side view. Let's see. I guess that's fine. Science, yes, yes. What's up, Abra? How's it going? Then let's do some colored outlines. I've been doing that with Lured In, because since like I don't have pre-existing asset styles that I have to worry about, it's kind of like, you know, completely open as to what style I want to do with Lured In. So I've been doing stuff like this, colored outlines. A lot more anti-aliasing, and I think it's nice. Let's get this centered. So I think the idea is we're gonna have a research to unlock, or an upgrade to unlock the research menu, which is what this icon is for. And then from there, sky's the limit. We could potentially do like a shine mark down there, but I think it blends in too much with the bubbles, so forget it. Only other thing that we could do is like bubbles on the surface of the liquid here. Which I think could look good potentially. Sure. Now let's save this. Icon research. Yeah, I think I mostly shaded it the same way I did the bait container. Let's go see. Oops, wrong game. Sprites, icons. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Obviously, this is a different, like, color scheme. Yeah. Alrighty. Kind of research are we planning? Just a whole bunch of stuff. It's kind of just a way to, like, keep things, like, I guess, like, control the progression of the game a little bit more. One issue right now is every upgrade and everything, every region, all of it is available instantly. And I think it's just kind of, it's a lot to take in initially. I feel like sometimes it might be a little confusing to know what you should actually be upgrading and stuff. So research is going to help a lot with that. It's kind of like, it gives you time to like, I'm going to research this thing and spend the money on it and focus on it for a minute and then move on to the next kind of thing. Like, instead of just throwing the player in, I give them just like one or two simple beginner upgrades and then they can start like going from there with research. So that's the idea. But I could see it, like, we could use research for almost anything. But I think, yeah, definitely it's going to be more, not so much focus on, like, boosts and upgrades. That's going to be kind of reserved for, like, the rebirth system. But more just for, like, progression gates or whatever. Like, unlocking new technologies, essentially, is what it is. So we need to go add an upgrade to get the initial unlock. So we'll go to upgrades table. Also, now we're going to need something else too in here. Because we're going to need to know what research is required. So we're going to say required research. That's going to be an array. So we can put in different research IDs in here so we know what upgrade is unlocked by what research. Let's see here. Yeah, and I guess this will be a part of aquarium. So we'll put this in right here. Ally upgrade research. Maximum level is 1. Allows research. Unlocks research, which will enable new opportunities. Aquarium. And I'll give it like a reasonable price. I'll probably have to balance this, but maybe like 200. Then cost scaling, just keep it at 1 because it doesn't need to. Call it research. Icon research. All right, so let's go try it out. So I can hit the button to buy it, and research acquired. So it should have made the button down there visible, but it didn't seem to, so let's figure that out. Upgrade levels to get that. Ally upgrade research. So it should be getting that. And I'm saying that dot visible is if that's greater than 0. Doesn't seem to work. Let me print out what this is returning. I think I'm going to make another helper function that's just like get research. Let's see what it's printing out. Oh, this is on ready. I am a fool. That's why it's not working. Now we can see. Okay, still not. Hold on, guys. Something ain't right. Let's print it out. So it's showing 0, which is strange. Maybe, is it just not getting it? Okay. Lured in, upgrade, research. Ally, upgrade, research. I don't know. Excuse me. Upgrade levels, I'm pretty sure that's the one. Upgrade levels. So let's print out upgrade levels really quick. Yeah, LI upgrade research is in there. Odd. Let's make a new function just to make this easier, because I'm keep repeating this pattern everywhere. Just call it function get research level, and then research ID is type string. It'll return an int, and then we just say return that dot get 0. So it should be fine. Why is it complaining? Oh, research ID is never used. Whoops. All right. So I should be able to just do that global.getResearchLevel li.upgrade.research. But it just doesn't seem to work. That's a little strange. I'm trying to figure out what that's all about. Because we can see it in here. This is printing out our upgrade list. And it shows it right there. LI upgrade research. I'm just making sure it's not a typo. It's pretty weird. Oh, am I... I think I'm just a fool. I was trying to get it as an array for some reason. Okay, we're fine now. So yeah, there we go. So now the button appears, which it's going to crash because I didn't make the research menu yet, but that works pretty well. All right. Continuing on. So for the research menu, I don't want to do what I did for Starground. I'm also planning on making this change to Starground as well at some point, but I want to do like a tree of research because I think it's just better that way. The way it works in Starground is that it's just a list of buttons. And I mean, it gets the job done, but it's pretty annoying. So I'd like to like, it's hard to know what unlocks what and stuff like that. So if you can like visually look ahead at what's next and stuff in a better way, I think it's just going to be far superior. So I probably want something kind of like this where it has like a window that you navigate around in. So we're going to duplicate this menu. This is the tank menu, which it's a scene, so let's go duplicate it. Call this the research menu. But it's going to use a lot of the same stuff we've got in here. It's going to be a sub-viewport with a world like this. Then we can get rid of all this other stuff. I'm actually just going to duplicate the camera that we have set up and the other thing. The regular aquarium. And then we don't really need this as a tab container anymore. We can just change this into a panel container. Then move this out of the tab container. Looks super messed up. I'll make this expand. We don't really need this here anymore. So let's see, this panel container I want to set to panel container 3. This one doesn't really need to have all this stuff anymore. Just move that up. Or sub-viewport container here. And then delete all this stuff. Just like that. There we go. Then stretch. I'm not sure if that's what we want or not. I guess we enable that. Oh, and actually I think this will be around one more panel container. Sort of like that. There we go. Then rename this to research. We can get rid of this thing over to the right. Unless we just want that to be the way it displays information about the research, which wouldn't be bad. I think it could work. Then this line would just point to the button that we're currently selecting. Might as well keep the layout of this stuff consistent, I suppose. Okay, so we got all that. Back into the aquarium now. I want to actually duplicate the camera we have in here. Just copy that. Go back into the research menu, add it to the world. Now let's also just add like a sprite 2D to this, just so I have like some frame of reference for where the camera is. And this is probably going to need a lot of changes in here. So let's go ahead and copy all this. Make a new script, call it research camera. Okay. We do not need to worry about that. I'll just say if we're not visible in the tree, then return. Otherwise, all that stuff should still work the same. Alright. Let's try this out. Oh, actually, wait. I did not add it into the aquarium. See? Help if I did. Then also, we need to add it to the list of UIs. Research menu. Alright, let's check this out. It is not happy. Oh, it's because of the code here. Yeah, there's a bunch of changes in here. We can basically just completely redo this script. Toggle menu owner. Just making sure everything here is fine. This return button won't do anything. Yeah, it's just Bob. Get rid of the script. Try this again. Okay, so there's a research menu. We can see I can move the camera around. So that actually works really well. We can zoom in and out. So we're just going to have a visual tree here of all the different researches as just buttons you can click on. And I think that'll be nice. So yeah. Then whenever you click on one, it'll show up a little panel and the cost to research it and some info about what it unlocks and blah, blah, blah. So I think this will work pretty nicely. I want to do the same kind of thing in Starground 2 because I just think it's a much better way to represent research. The only thing that's complicated about this, though, is modding. It's tricky because you're going to have to do like some kind of dynamic system or whatever for like generating the tree of research. I'm probably going to have to figure that out even with this game, so we'll see. But hopefully we can get that working, though. So yeah, I think we'll just put like a central node in here. This is nothing. It's just like a little research icon, and then everything branches off from there. So yeah, I think this will work, though. Let's go back into the aquarium. Hide the research menu. Let's see, how come this is visible by default? Oh, do the other ones say visible false? Yeah. Oh, and this is actually inventory menu. Or no, wait. Never mind. Yeah, I should just say visible false by default on all these. Yeah, I guess I do that everywhere, don't I? This one, though, is not. Weird. That one is. Okay. Well, this is gonna need a script anyways. It's gonna be moddable then. I think I would like it to be moddable. It would be pretty cool. I'm definitely keeping it in mind. I mean, I'm not, like, focusing a ton on it, but I'm definitely designing things in a way to where I could pursue that in the future if I want. you know. But yeah, I think like with Deadlift, I'll probably just open source it, because I think it just makes it so much easier to mod that way. You can just dive straight into the real code and like look at things. So that's the plan, at least. I think it'll be good. If there is, I'm gonna make SpongeBob fish. That'd be pretty awesome. Yeah. Yeah, and then for like loading the mods in, I don't know, I've been also like potentially considering some kind of like helper plugin for Godot that makes exporting your mod easier. Right now it's a little annoying keeping track of what is in base game and what like you've changed and what isn't. But there's potentially what I could do is run like a diff check on all the things that you've changed with the project and what the, you know, the vanilla code and files are. Then you could just like press a button, export mod, and it'll just only export the changes you've actually made to the game. Something like that would be extremely convenient for creating mods, so I'm considering looking into something like that. It'll be annoying to set up, but it's possible. I could just do like probably just a checksum of every file, I guess, and then check and see if the checksum is different. I'm not sure. I'll have to figure that out. Sounds like a GitHub thing. Yeah, it is essentially what GitHub does. I was also thinking about that fact, because like, is there a way to whoa. How did this guy get 6 out of 5 in here? Oh, it's because I increased the weight of the carp, I guess? Wait, I didn't mean to do that. I think I accidentally increased his weight instead of his value. Yeah. That's what I meant to do. Yeah, I don't know if you could do that with GitHub. I don't know. No, I didn't nerf the carp. I made it even better. I increased the sell value of the initial fish a little bit, just so that my idea is you can travel to the pond and make enough money to immediately come back and buy your first tank. Also, another change I made is now when you first start out, you start with an initial customer. It just eliminates the need of having to save up for both the tank and the advertising. And it just avoids any confusion. You can just come back after you do your first trip, tank, put a fish in, and now you're making passive income right away. I think it's just more intuitive. And then later on, you can be like, all right, more customers now to actually make more money. Yeah, I'd like people to start interacting with the idle side of things very early. Basically instantly. Alright, so let's figure this out. I want the camera to start at like 0, 0. Which I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that. Like, where is the camera? I don't think it's at 0, 0. I can change position of it. That has position for some reason, so let's just do that. And now if I go into the game, is the camera going to be centered around the gear? Let's find out. Okay. So yeah, that's the center of the UI. I always want it to start out here. So now in the code here, I'm just going to say on visibility changed. Where is it? Is there no visibility changed function? Do I have to connect it up to a signal? I thought like if it's a built-in function, you don't have to do that. Oh well. So if visible say camera dot position is equal to vector 2.0. So now whenever we go back in here, it'll should reset its... Oh, right, we have to restart the game, though. All right, so the hard part now, figuring out how we're going to build the research tree, right? Oh, it's funny that it did like a little transition. I guess that's fine. Well, I can fix that. So how do we want to do this? I think we need to figure out the layout of like how this is going to be. There's a game that I've played recently called Upload Labs, and it has a similar thing where it's got like a research tree and then also like a rebirth thing. And they do kind of like both. I don't know if you guys will be able to see this, but it's got this like... Okay, hold on. Let me turn off my background thing. Okay. It's got like a tree like this, normal tree. And then also it's got like a different one too, and this is the research tree. It basically goes from one side over here from left to right. So those are kind of the two options I think that we have in terms of how we want to lay this out. I'm not sure which one would be better in this case. I don't know. I kind of like the vibe of this one more because I think it shows the connections between things better. Like just a tree that expands out from the center instead of going from left to right. But then we also got like the cookie clicker ascension tree, and that is basically the same vibe. It starts from the center and extends out from there. I do wonder how they like program this. Is cookie clicker moddable? I don't even know. But this is what this one looks like, right? It starts from this center node and then just expands out from there. And cookie clicker is... the tree on this is wacky because you have like weird interactions with things. Some of these things require multiple other things, or some things like branch off into the same. It's a little funky. Like this one goes to this node, but then it's like this node extends. This node's connected to this one and this one. I don't actually know if this requires both of these or not, or just lets you unlock the next one that's connected. I don't know. It's been so long, I can't remember. But I think something along these lines would be good for both our Ascension system and research. So we just need to think about how we're going to build this, because we don't want like situations where the nodes overlap on top of each other, because that sucks. One option is that we just check for overlaps and we kind of like organically push nodes away from each other. But I could see potential issues. Like we could just do like a... How do I describe this? Let me draw this. Like let's say we got this area of our research tree. We could just like plop down a node. Boom. And then let's say this thing has like 3 things connected to it. It'll just plop it down wherever. And then these individual nodes will always try to keep a minimum distance away from each other. So like this one will be like, okay, I don't want to be too close to this guy. So they kind of like push themselves over. So this one will push itself like over to here. And then this one goes over to here. So it'll kind of like dynamically figure out the proper spacing. Does that make sense? It might be easier to deal with it that way. But I don't know. Because I just want to get this set up in a way that's gonna work for modding. Because, like, let's say somebody adds on, like, 5 nodes to this starting node. Like, what if there's, like, a bunch of these? I have to figure out a way for these to get spaced out properly. Otherwise, you're gonna end up with, like, the nodes overlapping on top of each other, and it's just gonna be a mess. So, I don't know, it's gonna be tricky. I mean, I guess I could just define, like... We could potentially do something like it just... Each node, each research has an angle defined and a distance defined. So I can be like, alright, this one should always be a certain length away. Or I guess we could just do it automatic. So we have this starting node. If I know that this one has 3 nodes connected, I could just say... keep, you know, the proper angles for these to be equidistant from each other. The only thing that I worry about is, like, let's say that we have this setup, where these branch off from the starting node into 2 more nodes. And, like, what if these nodes have nodes around them? So you might end up with a situation like this, where this one has a node here, and then another node, and then these 2 are overlapping each other like this. Right? And this is the situation I want to avoid with doing a tree. Because you get into stuff like this, and it's annoying. I could manually place every single one of these nodes, but then that's not very flexible for modding, so... I do wonder if this is like a solved problem, like... if this is something that people have dealt with before. I don't really know. Like, what would I even look up for this? Godot research tree. Like, I've seen this before. I've looked into this a long time ago. But I think you have to manually define this one, though, don't you? Also, this one's just directional. Because eventually, I mean, I feel like the issue is clear. You get to this node, if this has 2 children, what happens if they overlap? So... if we did, like, a physics thing, it technically would work. Like, making sure things always stay far enough apart from each other. So I don't know, maybe. It says like a circle thing. I don't really know what that does, but... Hey, welcome to strangers. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Does it feel like somebody is watching you? Now it does, yeah. How's it going? What are we up to today on your stream? Oh yeah, we can fix the effect thing also. There we go. Yeah, what's going on, everybody? We're currently just talking about research trees. Going over some... I'm just trying to wrap my head around how I want to do this properly. We're working on a game right now called Lured In. It's a little idle incremental game, and I want to add like a dynamic research tree that grows out with more nodes. But there's some potential problems I might run into. Let's see, working. I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. If you got any links or anything, what you're working on, you're totally welcome to put those in chat. Yeah, the problem that could potentially arise from doing like a node research tree, like let's say this right here is like the starting node that everything branches off from. You might have another button here that's connected to this, and then this one has 2 children, but then like what if these have a bunch of children also? So you end up with a situation like this where like you have these nodes here overlapping on each other. Right? Like this. That's problematic. So I'm trying to think how I could like implement this without that happening. I'm thinking about potentially just making the entire tree that gets generated like physics based, or have like an area around it and it like pushes other nodes away from itself just so that we don't get them overlapping. But I don't know if that's actually going to work. It's hard to say. And I guess the problem becomes like, how do we transfer the forces from that into the forces on the non-leaf nodes? Because we have something like this. This is the root node that never moves. So it connects to other stuff. And then let's say this one is too close to another node right here. It pushes itself away from this node, and this node pushes itself away. But like, what if that pushing should also be pushing this node? I don't know. I just don't want to end up with the situation where like this node pushes itself away and then it ends up down here or something. Because I don't think that would be good. I don't know. It seems like it should be a simple problem, but the reason I want it to be dynamic is because if somebody mods the game and adds in research, I want to make sure I don't want to have to make people go in and manually place these nodes for their research tree, because it just seems like it would be a nightmare. Funny enough, one game that actually deals with this same problem is the RimWorld research tree. Because it has like the same thing where it's got these nodes that connect to other nodes like this. And the way that they deal with mods is they just have another tab for each mod, right? So that you don't have to worry about like things getting weird. So you can still manually kind of create your tree of research. But the only thing I don't like about that is like if you have research that stems from other research, like let's say I have a new research I added with a mod that stems from this air conditioning research, then it's very like difficult to understand how that one research connects to this one. So that's one downside of that system. So I don't know. It's tricky. Just trying to see if this is like, if anybody's solved this before. Because this is, let's see, tree maps. What is this? That automatically branch off. Copy of the node it stems from the mod tab. I mean, that would work, but it would be a lot of setup for people that mod the game, and I would like to avoid that ideally, right? Just want to like some images here, see if there's anything. Like, this is the vibe I want. I want to make this system good because I want to reuse this for Starground also. So I just think it would be very nice to have a solid research tree system like this. Just thinking here. Well, that's it there. I don't know. This is the scene tree. Yeah, let's see what people say on this. Yeah, right. Sometimes it's good, sometimes they overlap. That's the issue that we need to fix. Yeah, physics-based constraints that repel nodes. It's exactly the thing I was kind of thinking about. They would just sort of like position themselves in the correct configuration, right? Well, let's start messing around with that. Let's just call this the root node. And let's generate this. So, I guess I'll do this recursively, or like where every node has a parent. I guess I don't even need to do that. They would just be children of each node. And we just use the position property. Yeah. Just use the add. Alright. So let's go into global. I mean, we don't literally have to do physics. We'll just do like a distance check. But yeah. And it might be kind of neat if the research tree was a little dynamic anyways. Okay, so let's add a... Where is this? Here we go. Research table. It'll be pretty similar to the upgrades table. But a little easier. Oops. Okay, research table. Boom. Pop it on there. Alright, so now all of this is just going to say... Yeah, required research is still valid. We're not going to worry about any of this other stuff. The only thing we really care about is just cost. Which, for now, we'll just say is 0, just to make it easy. Let's delete all these. It'll just have a sprite, a name, and description. So LI research, lake. Right, and then acquired research. It's going to be nothing. Let's just keep throwing these on. I'll just do a bunch of test ones for now. I'll just put like a bunch on here. We'll just start with like the first layer. Just to see if it generates properly. Get rid of all that. Okay. So in here, at the beginning, Ryan global.research table. And we also have to go make sure we're actually setting up the research table. Research table. Alright, so in here, say thank you for the hydrate. Much appreciated. Okay, so we save our research is equal to our research table.get search ID, which we put over in here. I'm just thinking the way that I want to like structure. I guess I can just loop through. I'll have to probably do multiple passes. So if research.required research.is empty, I don't know why it's complaining. Oh, it's fine. Then we just say root.add child, research node, not research node, or yeah, our research node is going to be a node that we define, dot instantiate. So let's go ahead and create that node. It's going to be a sprite 2D. I will need to replace these with like buttons probably, but this will be okay for now. And call this research node. We will save this as research node. Ooh, I didn't snooze the out in time, my bad, guys. Okay, research node. So now we can go inside of here and we'll set it a specific distance away. So we can say research node.position dot x is equal to, I don't know, 64. So just to test this, this is just going to stack them all up in a line. Let's also just put a quick texture on here. Gear icon. It doesn't seem to do anything. Instantiate, add child. Let's try this again. So I'm not seeing it appear yet. So research node is that. Oh, it doesn't actually have a texture defined here. Okay. Whoops. Let's see, what is this? New Godot update? I think it's just all bug fixes. Okay. Cool stuff. All right. Why is that not going away? Okay, I gotta fix that. Okay, so we can see those nodes got created there. So let's go back into the code for the research node. And I guess what I'm gonna do is just get like a... I guess I'll literally give this collision. Just make this I guess a static body. Or actually, let's just do this as an area. Because I don't actually want to do real physics collisions. And then set this as a circle. And this would be kind of like the radius we want them to stay away from each other, so we can just set that to like 32, a little bit larger. And now we can look for collisions. So mask is 1. So in physics process, we're going to check for object in area 2D dot get overlapping areas. And we can just start pushing each other away. So what I need to do, I guess, is get the direction. Then like rotate it. So let's see. Or I could just potentially do like a rotate thing. Because then I can say rotation, lerp F, rotation to target rotation. Delta, we'll say var target. Rotation is 0. Just thinking here. Rotation. Be easier if I just checked how close each one is, and then I just kind of set that as its like speed it needs to go. Because I could just say rotation plus equals overlap, and then we say if, or overlap plus equals position, or yeah, global position dot distance to the other object. And then here we say overlap is 0 each frame. So theoretically this should work. Let's see what happens. If they're all perfectly overlapped, they might all just keep rotating forever. Also, I realize it's not really that easy. I have to say, right, position is equal to vector 2 64 0 dot rotated. And we'll just define a new variable. I think that should work. Let's try it out. They don't seem to be doing anything though. Select them if we can. Oh, won't let us do that. This is the real one, right? Only thing I could think of is that there's just no overlapping areas. Let's make sure. Okay, it's definitely overlapping areas, so... So yeah, it should be global position, distance to object. Oh, but it's like a 0. Because they're all perfectly on top of each other, and that's what's happening. So... what I need to do is do the inverse. The closer they are, the stronger that value becomes. So I can say distance... So let's say we want to check everything inside of our area radius, which is 32. And let's say distance is 32. So if distance divided by radius is 0, Yeah, I think we want to do distance divided by collision shape.shape.radius. Let's try that. Should be working. Oh yeah, then we have to say 1 minus that. There we go. That did actually work. So you can see they figured themselves out and spaced out properly. So maybe this will work out. And then I can just control how like strong that force is. So I could say times delta, or calculate that force and then just increment rotation times delta. We can see what that looks like. I'll have to... Oops, wrong button. Say, Eiler10 Studio, welcome in. How's it going? What have you been up to? So you can see this system now. So I think if we just adjusted it so that they always go in the opposite direction of the angle from the next one, that would kind of fix these problems. Because right now they just keep going in the same, whatever, clockwise direction. It's going well. Just finished a death run on a repo. Oh yeah, what's a death run? Just like if you die, it's instantly game over, or what? Still haven't played repo. I'd like to try it out eventually. It does seem like a far superior Lethal Company. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what it is, yeah. So let's see. I need to figure out the direction of the angle. How am I going to figure this out? I guess I could check the angle of the position, or just check their rotation. Actually, that makes sense. How can I convert that into something that stays consistent? I guess I could do that. Mod 360. Or really it would be tau. Let's give that a try. Friend mode of the 8th day, we're insta-killed in the second room. Oh yeah. Okay, that's the opposite of what we want. We want this to be that times negative that, so it goes in the opposite direction, I think. Oh, and that's just our rotation. I need to say object our rotation. No, that doesn't make any sense. I need to like compare our rotation against the other one. So I'm gonna check this. There's a couple things at our disposal. We've got lerp angle. This will just return a value between two other values. Gears in orbit, yeah. Just thinking what angle functions we have. Angle difference. Turns the difference between two angles. When from and to are opposite, returns minus pi. Otherwise, pi. So maybe that would do what I want. And then we could say sine. Sine just returns, if it's positive, it's 1. If it's negative, it's negative 1. So we could do sine angle difference from our current rotation to the object rotation. And then multiply overlap times that amount. And apparently that does not... Let's just say if object is in class name research node. Let's try this. What am I working on? Right now we are getting a dynamic research tree set up, so we're getting it set up so these research nodes will like space each other apart properly. So far it doesn't seem to be working, but I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe what I need to do is just the initial angle I set these to, like set this to a random value. And just say dot rotated randf range from 0 to tau. Let's see what that does. Because when they all start off being right on top of each other, it oh, and I can just say position is that. Let's try this again. That doesn't seem to work for some reason. Position is that. Oh yeah, but it just gets immediately overridden. Okay, so what I can do is just go into here and just set rotation to a random value. That'll probably work. Like a spring layout type thing. Yeah, just so that they don't overlap on each other. And I want this to be set up so that like didn't seem to work for some reason. Oh, I didn't even say rotation is equal to. Just so that if somebody mods the game or we add more researches onto this tree, you don't have to manually decide where the nodes go. Also doing this will hopefully prevent them from overlapping on each other. So this is closer to what I want. You can see these nodes have spaced themselves out. And these are gonna like have a line drawn between itself and its parent node. That's the next thing we're gonna do here. But this should just help us make a good working dynamic research tree. I mean, it could be a tree of anything, right? Skills. I want to make this sort of a reusable component that I can use in any game that I work on, so that's the idea. Let's see, I can just now draw line 2D. Points is equal to vector 2.0 and get parent dot global position, and we say to local. So now we can see, if I go back into here, it should be drawing a line now between the child node and its parent. Yeah. Way too thick. Also, this needs to be beneath everything like that. You can kind of see what we're aiming for here now. It's coming along. You can see that all these are pretty equally spaced out, so that is working. Let's I want to just try throwing like a bunch of things now into there. So if we go to the research table, I'm just going to keep throwing more and more and more nodes onto here. Just a test, right? So let's see if this works. So it kind of works, but some of these aren't doing it enough for some reason. You can see like these ones spaced out, but then these two are too close to each other, and these two, so it's not fully working. I have to figure out why. I think sometimes what might be happening is if there's two nodes in here, this one and this one, it multiplies it by sine of both of these, so it just kind of cancels out. But the distance should be different, so it's odd. Let's just print out whatever this is. I'm just curious. Then generate this again. It's weird though. It's not showing, like it's not printing anything in here, which is a little odd. It's almost like it's not running the code or something. Yeah. Has it not been running the code the entire time? That doesn't make any sense though. No, so it's running that, but I guess just when it comes to this step, it's not running anything. So it is printing that, so it is looping through these objects, but maybe it just doesn't think that it's a research node. Yeah, for some reason it's saying that the object is not a research node. Oh, right, because we have to say object.get parent. There we go. So now we can see some more behaviors being created here. It's a little quirky. I'm trying to figure out what's so broken here, but... We're gonna go get that sign thing that we did before to fix everything in here, but... So let's calculate this. We're going to say var dir is that. Gosh darn it. Here, let's say go. Skip a couple steps. All right. So that should now be returning the direction away from where we're going. Let's see if we multiply this now. So that just spins that way. What if we multiply it by negative direction? That doesn't work. Seems like they just want to like get closer to each other for some reason. I mean, maybe potentially it just has to do with the radius on this. Like, what if I set it much lower? Okay, so I think that's part of what's going on here. Is that when the radius that it's pushing against is way too big, you end up with these nodes just kind of spinning around in a circle because there's nowhere else they can go. So I'm wondering how I can fix that from happening. Not sure. So you can see some of these sections have like two nodes overlapped on each other. Maybe we could just do a smaller minimum area so that these have enough space. I mean, maybe potentially what I could do is dynamically change their radius depending on like their available space in here, right? Because clearly there's like a number that's the maximum amount we can squeeze in. I think it might be 21. Yeah. And anything more than that. So that's with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That's with 9, 21. What's the relation between those two numbers? Isn't that just... no. 7 times 3. And the radius is... so it's 21. It's 21 times 9. None of these things really have anything to do with each other. But, like, if we get too many nodes, what I could potentially do, right, we can have another value called distance, which will be 64. But if it ends up being too much, I can say, right, distance is just a larger value, and it'll start pushing these away. So it'll give us more space in here to squeeze in more nodes. So this is one of the things I'd like to do, right? Because it lets us give these shapes a much larger radius. Fill out the space more evenly. I wish I understood the dynamic between distance and the radius of each node, because I think that would kind of explain a lot of what's happening here. Because like at distance 128, let's go back down to like a much smaller distance, maybe 32. And we can just keep tweaking this until we figure out what the minimum is. Like 8. See, like that one's still a space. What about 12? So 12 is too much. But 11... I think 11 is just enough space. Maybe? Maybe not. No. So 10. See, I feel like they're not going in the direction they should be. This one, for some reason, is going to the right when the distance from the closest one, it should be the opposite. So maybe it's not even a radius issue. I think it might just be that the calculation we're doing down here is not working. I need to figure out how we can figure that out. It's really tricky. And potentially I could do like... Oh, that doesn't work. Because I was going to say we could do like an angle difference. Not angle difference, lerp in angle. And then if the angle is smaller than the current angle, we know that it's like to the left of where we are. Because I could say from rotation to object, I get parent dot rotation. And just 1, so it's instant. But I know that's not going to work. Crazy right now, but... Sure, there's something we could figure out here, though. Yeah, right here. Similar alert, but interpolates correctly when the angles wrap around tau. Right. So how do I do this inside of the this mini game? I was dealing with this before. So I get a center angle, then the half arc. Then essentially I'm just saying, so I am getting angle difference. So I get the difference between the center angle, the one between each other. Right here. Then I'm just checking ABS if it's less than that. So yeah, you'd think that would work. Maybe I'm thinking about angle difference wrong. Maybe it doesn't do what I think. Let's see what this does. Because maybe this is already returning a value like... that's either positive or negative. So doing sine wouldn't really make any sense on this. Because we can see what that's returning. It's returning both a positive and negative angle here. So, like, you would think that doing... just multiplying that would change it, but it doesn't. Then doing sine, again, you would think that that would just now be nice, clean, +1 and -1 values. But, like, this one keeps moving to the right for some reason. I mean, I can set sine to be negative, but that just does this, where they all, like, clump up into each other. So I know that it's... I don't think negative is what I want. Right, it's really weird. This one should not be moving to the right. It should be like, okay, this guy's over here, my angle difference, go the opposite direction, right? Is that because I'm saying 1 minus all that? Since multiplying is first, it causes issues. Let's see if this works. Oh. That might have been it. Let's set the radius a little larger now. There's still a little bit of wobble at the end, but... they still like to merge into each other, though, which is just so odd. Maybe now this should be negative. Nope. They're still merging. Okay, I gotta stop this printing. It's lagging my computer. It's so weird. Like, lowering the radius pushes them closer. Maybe just tween them? How would you go about tweening these in this case? Because I want to just have them push away from each other. I'm not sure what tweening would do. Because angle difference, the idea is I'm returning... like, if one angle is greater than the other angle, it returns a negative value, and then vice versa, a positive value. So I can know, like, the direction from each other, right? So, like, if one of these nodes is this rotation over here, then it knows to push this rotation away. That's at least the idea, right? So yeah, negative sign does not do what I want. This is so weird. I don't know why they're being so wacky. I just don't want these ones grouping into each other. Let's print out what overlap is on each of these. There should be a value from... yeah, like 0 to 1. Or it could be negative, yeah, if it should go the opposite direction. feel like that looks normal. This is print out at the end over here. What is overlap? So some of them are 0. That's for the ones not moving, like this one. It's actually a little odd that that one's 0 because this one's like overlapping it. At least I think so. So that node should push itself away. I mean, there's another way to go about this. Let's experiment. We just say global position dot direction to object dot get parent, and then we grab that. Get rid of all that stuff. We say position plus equals that direction. And then at the end of doing all of our movements, we just clamp our distance from the root node, right? So now we just say position limit length to our distance. So this is just kind of a different way of doing this. Instead of dealing with angles, because angles kind of suck. Okay, but we have to say... Why is it doing that now? Oh, we're not actually setting it to the new... We have to say position is equal to that. So now here, if we regenerate this list... Yeah. But the thing is, it doesn't do a minimum angle, so... I guess I could just normalize it and then multiply it by the distance. So we can say position dot normalized times distance. So we make sure they're always the proper distance. But I don't see them. Let me print out position here. Okay, so it's printing 0 for all of their positions, which doesn't make any sense. Oh, I guess because of their position starts as 0, then it's just 0 times. So we could say if position is equal approximately to vector 2.0, then we just say position is equal to vector 2 distance 0. Like that. They still don't seem to be moving away from each other. And I think it's because direction 2 is... Yeah, it's like 0. Okay. But I feel like this is going to be a better way to do this. Because angles frickin' suck. Yeah, I think if we just randomize positions initially, like we were doing before, that would probably solve that issue. Just set it to that. And then let's go back in and see what happens. Okay. So that's what we have right now. Let's try changing their radius and stuff. Okay, so they want to... for some reason, they push into each other, which doesn't make any sense. Oh, and that's because I'm getting... I want to do the opposite of the direction. There we go. So if I increase this radius even more, I think this might work. I feel like this is a much more stable method so far. Like, as if we do a really large radius, we can see they just all kind of self-equalize. So actually, maybe we want to keep this at an extremely large radius. That actually works really well. I think this will work, guys. And even if we decrease the distance and stuff, you can see, I mean, obviously at this distance, it's stupid because they're way too close, but like, they're staying somewhat stable. They're shifting ever so slightly, but not to the point where it's a huge problem. And they're never going to be that close, right? This is probably more how they're going to be. Maybe we could just decrease that radius a little bit. Like 128 is probably plenty. And eventually they start slowing down enough and stabilize, I think. We could do a smaller radius. They're still moving ever so slightly, but... maybe at extremely slow speeds, we go ahead and just, like, stop moving, you know? So how would we actually check speed, though, right? That's the question. Yeah, we could potentially do that. Just give it like a time frame in order to organize itself. Like what we could do is instantiate all the nodes, give it like 20 seconds to figure out positions, and then pause it and stop moving, right? Okay, but promising so far. Let's go ahead and add more. I want to start adding like child researches now. So as long as I just add the children after its root node, it should be fine. So we can say required research on this is LI research pond. And maybe let's just add a couple of these. So let's say that node itself has 4 children or something. And I am kind of checking, like, the extreme ends of the spectrum with this. Like, I don't think this realistically is ever going to happen, but I just want to make sure that if in some universe it does, the system can adjust itself, right? So let's go back into here. All right. So I want to keep track of all the nodes in each ID. So we're going to say var nodes is a dictionary of strings and research nodes. And every time we add one here, we say nodes at research ID is equal to research node. So now what I'm going to check here is we still do the exact same process here. But if research dot required research. Let's see. I guess we literally just check this. So we say, do this. If it's empty, we do that. Otherwise, we say, and I'm going to change required research since this is sort of the way this works. Instead of requiring multiple things, it'll just require one. So required research is no longer an array. It'll just be a string pointing to the, required research. Because I'm just going to design this assuming that everything only has one parent. It's a true tree structure or whatever. So now all we have to do here is just say nodes at index research dot required research add child research node. So let's try this out. So one of these nodes, theoretically, should get a bunch of children nodes. Okay. It's not too bad. They're still a little bit funky. Some of them are wobbling a lot. And I think that's just because I have the distance on this set so enormous. I mean, let's lower that a little bit. And again, if we do that thing where we give it like a couple seconds to iterate and then pause it, I think that'll fix the issues here. So this one kind of got stuck. I think it's because it doesn't count this starting node as another node, so we just have to change that. Let's change this type into a research node. Or actually just copy the scene. Call this root. And then let's add a variable in here. Just to denote which one is the root node. And then in here we say if root return, and same with our physics process. Just so we know which one is that node, let's change its sprite. So let's try this. Sorry, I didn't see this message in here earlier, but 6 devlogs, welcome in over on YouTube. Okay. I do notice that these things seem to shift almost instantly, which is kind of interesting. I don't even know if we need... Because I'm realizing there's not even really any use of delta in here. So... we probably only need like a couple frames for this to calculate, and then we stop. So let's try this out. Also, I'm going to say right here, is equal to self of our world. Back into here. And then I'm just going to have like a state here var, physics active is true by default. And then let's just say get tree dot create timer 1 second or even less than that. Let's do 0.1 seconds just to see what happens. Then say physics active is false. And then we just say inside of this node. So if physics are no longer active, then stop processing. So let's try this out. So it did not get... oh, right, because this one doesn't have a reference to world. Because it's already reinstantiated. So we have to say root.world is equal to self. Let's try this again. So things are a little wacky. Didn't seem to get pushed away from that node. I mean, it could just be that 0.5 seconds is just not enough time for this to get organized. So let's try potentially increasing that timer. It's still a little funny. I don't know if we'll be able to do a timer on this or not. I'm not sure. Maybe all we need to do to fix this is just include delta time into our calculations. Yeah, see, it's still not being pushed away from that node, which is kind of, like, odd. Trying to figure out why that happens. I think it's because it gets stuck in between those two nodes and then just can't, like, escape. Because, like, this node spawns over here and it's all fine, but then this node just randomly spawns in here, and now it's like, it can't get out. I'm trying to think what the fix for that would be. I could be a little more careful with the way that I initially spawn these nodes, maybe. Something I've been thinking about doing. So like in here, we could recalculate how many nodes are going to be attached to that node. Or we just set this to a much smaller random variation like that, so that they all kind of just spawn in a line. It still likes to get stuck in there, though. Maybe we get rid of this initial randomization stuff. And we just say in here, if the direction is 0, then just randomize it, right? Vector 2. Yeah, vector 2.0. Then we just say direction is vector 2 right. Sure. Let's try this. We might have to actually make that random. Yeah, because otherwise it'll do that. So we'll just do vector 2 1 0 dot rotated randef range 0 to tau. Try that. I think also what would help with this issue, I think one thing that we're not including anymore in this is we're not taking into account the distance in this check. Like, we're getting the direction, but we're not multiplying that by how far away it is. So I think if we implemented that, that would help stabilize this a lot more. Because things that are closer should have more of an effect, right? And I'm not sure why this didn't do anything. Let's print out what direction is actually returning. So it's just returning left. I think there's a better way to do this. I'm just going to check if global position dot distance to object I get parent dot is its global position. Oh, it's lagging again. Stop. Stop. Where is it printing from? Am I crazy? Okay. Oh. Okay, let's first define it. There we go. Why isn't this? Okay, is... Oh, it's so laggy. Equals... approx... 0. It's not a... What? Is equal approx? Oh, I guess I just have to do... that and 0. Whew. Okay. It's weird though, it didn't seem to actually do anything. It's tricky. So why is this not working now? Let's get another variable in here. Distance is that. Or node distance. And let's print out what node distance is, because it should be 0. Somehow that's showing like 50. That doesn't make any sense. How's that possible? What? They're all on top of each other. I don't know how it's printing out 50. Oh god. It is so laggy. Holy crap. Oh my god. What's going on here? Global position dot distance to object get parent dot global position. Should be fine. So weird. Let's calculate distance power again. So the way we do that is get the radius here divided by node distance. So let's see if our radius is, let's make sure this makes sense. 32, we'll want to do node distance divided by the radius. So if it equals 32. Hey, thanks so much. Connie Dev, welcome in. How's it going? Does the chair actually spin? You can, yeah. It will actually spin. What's going on? Welcome in. What are we up to today on your stream? So that'll be 1. Should work. Oh, let's also clamp this though. 0 and still doesn't work. Okay. Got to go view on message. It's all good. Yeah, there you go. There's the speen in action. Yeah, welcome in. Oh. We're currently working on a game I've been messing with called Lurden. And what we're trying to do right now is create a dynamic research tree. Basically, like, in terms of how the nodes configure themselves. So it's this kind of thing where you've got this root node, and then that node has children, and those nodes have children. I just don't want to have to manually place and like decide where all of these nodes go, because if there's modding support and people add on new researches, I'd like it to kind of self-configure. So I'm trying to get this like kind of physics-based configuration stuff going, but it's a little quirky. I'm not sure what's wrong here. Because for some reason, I don't know how, but it's calculating that the distance away is like 50. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's going on with that. It's very strange. So I'm just checking global position against that. Yeah, it's extremely strange. I guess I am just going to have to randomize my initial position. I mean, it's fine, I guess. Excuse me. Here, I'll add this back in, and then let's see if this does stuff again. So you can kind of see what's going on here. It's still very janky, but the idea is I want this to like move around until it's in the proper position. But it's a little funny right now. Node distance does not seem to be calculating correctly. I mean, most of these are at 64, it seems like, which is good. And yeah, I see like one in there that's at 2, which makes sense. But I just don't know why it's not... Like, okay, our radius is 32 up there. So we should be able to say, like, get the node distance, which let's say in this case is 2. Divide that by 32. Oh, do I just have it opposite? Because if 0 divided by 32 is that. Yeah, I have to say 1 minus that. Whoops. Let's see if that helps. Okay, that's better. So you can see it starts to sort of self-organize. It's not perfect. There's still a lot of situations like this where the nodes get like stuck in here around the other nodes, and then it's just all screwed up. But we're closer. It's complicated. We're trying. Just joke with vibrating cogs. I just can't think of it. Yeah. Let's see. I was doing a bit of animating in Blender and testing, implementing those animations in Godot. Nice. I've been doing a lot of that. Well, not animations, but just the pipeline of Blender to Godot with the other game I've been working on, Deadlift. So that's been fun. I haven't really done a lot of like modeling stuff before, so it's been cool to mess around with this. But yeah, it's cool stuff. Yeah, this is really close. I think I just need to like... I guess I could multiply this all by a specific power if I wanted this to move further. Like we could multiply this by 4 or something. It doesn't really seem to do much other than just speed up the process, I think, but... Yeah, I just don't know how I'm gonna prevent these from like getting stuck. Because I think what happens is like if I rotate, like let's say this is our setup. We have our starting node here. And all the nodes just spawn to the right over here. Or actually, they're all random, I think. Like this. Yeah. The issue is that the subsequent nodes around here are random, like this. So, like, let's say if these are children attached to this node, like this. So sometimes you just get a case where this node is now in here, and since there's a node here and here, they're stuck. So it's almost like what I need to do is figure out the initial position and only spawn nodes like this all stacked up facing away from the center. Because then I think that would kind of fix that issue a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, try to understand the NLA editor of Blender. Start to click slowly, yeah. Okay. Look up what that is again. What does NLA stand for? Oh, non-linear. Oh, right. That's the one that has like all the curves and stuff that you can do, right? Or no, this is not. Or no, yeah, I think that's what it is. I think I've messed with this a couple of times, but yeah. I don't really know much about it. Seems cool though. Snooze that ad. Yeah, I usually just do most of the animation stuff directly in Godot. I don't know, I just like animating Godot more, but could definitely see doing it this way. Double snoozed, that's okay. No, that's where you can actually blend different animation actions over each other. Oh, okay. I see. So yeah, it lets you kind of define like, okay, that's pretty neat. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I'd love to figure out, I'd love to get better at animations. It's just hard. I don't know, but eventually. Most of the time I get away with it by just doing stuff with code, but I'd like to learn eventually. Also, let's see, you asked, are you doing a force-directed graph layout? That's, I think, what I'm doing. Oops. Yeah, this is essentially what I'm doing. But the thing is I don't want nodes, like... I mean, like, this is fine. But the thing I want to avoid is, like, things overlapping on top of each other. I don't want, like, this kind of stuff where you have crossing lines, because I think it gets really difficult to read. Same with, like, this stuff, too, really. Yeah, right, so that's kind of the thing that's been a little bit tricky. But it's essentially the kind of thing I want to do. This is basically what I want. Where, like, you have a centered starting point. Things branch off of there, and then they have their own children, but they avoid, like, they stay away from overlapping on the core area. I mean, nothing ever gets, like, insane. Like, some of these obviously are ridiculous, just because there's so many nodes. But I don't think we'll ever have that many. But I think we're pretty much there. What I'm doing is just getting the distance away from every other node in here. So, like, it'll keep applying a continual force to push it away from every other node that it finds in its, like, sphere of influence. I mean, which I think is the proper way to do it. I was trying to do it before with, like, rotations, but it doesn't really work very well. Like, I think this is gonna work, I just need to be specific about, like, the initial spawning rotations of the children nodes, because otherwise they end up overlapping everything if they spawn, like, behind a different one. But yeah. Banger alert, yeah. Want to see the animations they did? Yeah, you're totally welcome to link it in here or send whatever over. That'd be pretty awesome. Let's see, I mean, Godot can do this too, actually, but I wanted to understand this aspect of Blender. Yeah, no, I totally feel that. Yeah, there's a reason it's a whole thing in studies, yeah. It's complicated. Looks like throwing a lot of iterations on it does most of it, but that can settle into overlaps. Yeah, right. That's the thing that I'm having here. And I think, like what I just drew out here, I think this would solve the issue, because as long as these things kind of begin in the general direction that I want them to be, I think it'll fix itself. Because, like, I just need to prevent a child node of this node spawning in here. Because if it spawns in here, these nodes are going to exert pressure on this and kind of, like, capture it in this area. So if I just keep the subsequent nodes away from the center pointing away, I think that would fix the issue. But we'll have to see. Oh, let's see. You got an MP4 here. Nice. So yeah, I can probably just do, when I'm spawning them in, just check, like, the pre-existing direction of the node I just spawned. I think. It's like outwards pull from the central nodes. Yeah, I think that would probably solve my issues, but... Is this my computer, or is this... some kind of like virus blocking. I don't think I have the web stuff on our bytes. Let me make sure. It's just always really annoying. Yeah, I have web stuff off. Site's down again. Ah, that's all good. Let me know if you... Oh, you're having it yesterday, yeah. Well, that's all good. If you got a different link or fix it, you're totally welcome to resend that over. Or just let me know it's working. Let's see. What am I working on? We are working on a research tree right now in my game Lured In. So yeah, let's try doing... I think we could potentially do that thing we were just talking about, like doing a pushing force away from that initial node. Maybe that would fix it. So let's get another reference here to root. Root node, which is a type of research node. And then here where I'm creating all of these initial nodes, I'm going to tell it that. So research node dot root node is equal to root. And now down here, I'm just going to apply a force. So if root node, then we say position plus equals global position dot direction to the root node position, but subtract that, like the opposite direction away. Let's see what this does. Research node is going to be these. These are all research nodes in here. Just trying to get this to work here. So I don't think that's enough force. We could multiply the amount of force it's applying. So that actually does kind of work somewhat well. The only problem though is like they all get clumped up here because there's so much force being exerted from the center that they can't like rotate anymore. So we need to pick a value that's not too strong, but strong enough just to keep them away. So like we could try that maybe. But this is the structure I want. Obviously in this situation here, we have way too many nodes in here. The idea is just sort of like, just to test like the worst case scenario. But essentially these nodes, that's what I'm calling them, will be like a button. You can click on it. It opens up a little info panel and you can unlock these researches. So that's what it's all about. I think we could keep that force pretty low as long as I just do what I was saying earlier with like the initial direction. Right. So let's give that a try now. Yeah, I'm gonna change the way I do these initial rotations and just do them in order. But I guess the only way I'll know that for sure is like if I know which ones stem directly from whichever ones. So I'm gonna have to do some crazy stuff here. So I guess let's loop through this first. And I'm gonna say var connections is a dictionary of strings and strings. Or actually an array of strings. Can I do that? Nope, can't do nested types. So what we're gonna do in here is if connections does not have our research ID, then we say connections is equal to, or add our research ID is equal to that. I think that's what we want to do here. So it's kind of just building the inverse. Like what we already have in our research table is a list of all of the, like everything has a connection to its required research. Now we're just kind of working backwards and figuring out what is that node that they all share in common. And the reason I'm doing that is because then I can figure out like if at a specific like level I know there's 5 nodes. So I can take 5 divided by tau and always consistently evenly space them in the way that I want. So every time you open up the research menu, it's kind of like the same layout. Otherwise, it's going to be completely random every time, and I think that's going to be really annoying, so. So we're going to say, set that to that. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it there. Now we say research data is this. So if research.required research is not empty, it'd be pretty annoying. It definitely would be, yeah. Then I'm gonna say at connections required research dot pushback research ID. Alrighty. I think that makes sense. Let me just think in my brain here. So then at any tier I can check like how many nodes are there. I mean, I guess I really only need to do this for the initial starting nodes because all the other nodes are going to be always pointing away. So maybe I'm making this a little bit too complicated. I'll change this to be start nodes. And then this can just be a start research and array. And then we say if it is empty, we say start research dot pushback research ID. And then also let's grab our research data. I think this will make sense. Now here, when we're doing the initial spawning of our stuff and adding it here, I can say add child, and then research dot position is equal to vector 2. We get our initial distance 64, 0, rotated. And we can just get our iteration. So 0. Then we say right here, iteration plus equals 1. Now what we can do is say we get like a fraction, so iteration is 8. That's 8, and that would be 1. So we say iteration divided by start research.size, then multiply that all by tau. And actually, I think we want to start iteration at 1. So this is what it'll do. It'll start at 1. Let's say that we have 8. It'll give that times our tau rotation, so it gives a consistent rotation. I think that makes sense. What is it complaining about here? Integer division. Let's make that a float. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's try it. So much more work than it seems, you know? Okay, so that did work, and these are all perfectly, like, spaced from each other, which is good. Then the next step is just figuring these guys out. Hopefully they're not too bad. It doesn't matter really how they get oriented, it's just that we're consistent. So that they always end up in the same positions. So you can see every time we open this orientation is the exact same. We go to main menu again and then back in here. So that's what's important. That's why I just did that. Because we don't want that to change every single time. It would just be really annoying. Because you'd have to be constantly finding where you were. Now for these next ones, I can just get the direction away from the starting node. So we can say that node.addChild. Then let's save our root node is that. Then say root node.addChild research node. I think that makes sense. And then now we say research node dot position is equal to vector 2 64 0 dot rotated root node dot global position dot direction 2 root dot global position. So that gives us a vector, and now I have to convert that into an angle. Let's see what happens here. Hopefully this makes sense. Okay, I think it was the opposite way. So let's fix that. We have to say a negative direction like that. Or I guess negative angle I think also works. It's behaving a little bit quirky. They're all starting over here for some reason. I think that's because I'm getting the negative angle. Actually, I just need to reverse the roles here, right? Just say root position to root node global position. Let's try that. Yeah, there we go. So they still spawn at the exact same position, but now we can kind of just tweak their positions slightly depending on the order that we are currently on. So now let's think about how this needs to work. As long as it's consistent. We could just check how many children nodes that node has. And that would work. Okay, so let's keep track of our actual children nodes now. So that's going to be an array of research nodes. And every time we add a child, we'll just say child is equal to that. And then if there's already a child, we just kind of push its position ever so slightly. And that little tiny change is all we need to keep this in a consistent pattern. So right here we say root node dot children nodes push back research node. And then we get this whole angle dot rotated 001 times root node dot children nodes dot size. I think that's literally all we need. It just needs to be offset a little bit so you don't get nodes at perfect, the exact same positions, you know? So let's see what happens. Looks good to me. So I think we might be good. Everything seems to be behaving properly. And honestly, we probably don't need that like pushing force here anymore, because these nodes now should start in like a good orientation. As you can see, they do a little bit of shifting when you go in, but I'm pretty sure now this will always be consistently the exact same order of nodes. So yeah, we might be good to go, guys. Now we can start making things look cool. Like we could do like a cool like width pattern here. I don't know if this is actually gonna work. Let's see what happens. Try nodes off the children nodes. Yeah, it should work the same, but we'll definitely try that out. Okay, this width curve doesn't seem to work. Why does this not work? Changing this doesn't do anything. Okay, that works. I guess you just can't do multiple widths. Like you can go like that. Alright. I guess that's fine. Can I do like... No, that just still doesn't work. I guess you would need multiple points for that, so... Makes sense. Do we want these to fade in a certain direction? Like this? I'm not sure. I can also see filling this with a gradient. Could have one end start transparent. It might be nice just to kind of indicate like a direction. And also we could fade it toward the end, I think. Actually, I don't know if that's going to work, but let's see. So let's flip this. We have this. Go from there to there. If I do another one, is that going to work? No. That's fine. I'll say the end point or whatever can be, we do capping. End cap can be round. Doesn't seem to actually do anything. I'll change the way these look. I think I'm gonna replace just the sprite with like a little frame, you know, because it has to be like a button, I think. But let's go ahead and add a child to a child now, just to make sure that everything works. I'm like 90% sure it will, but let's make sure. And let's just do that with a couple of these. Let's give that one 3 children. Let's see what happens. Yeah, looks good. They'll clearly stem off from this one. So I think this is gonna work. And another thing we could also potentially add, which would just be another nice little thing, is like, we could, when you click on one of these outer nodes, maybe it kind of like draws a line from that node pointing back to the root node. So it just gives you like a little path so you know the relation of everything. I mean, it should be pretty obvious. Right now, all these are the exact same icons, so it looks really confusing. But I think it'll make more sense soon. Yeah, honestly, the system works pretty well. I would love to port this over into Starground. Because I just think it's a much more fun research menu. Like this. And I think Starground would benefit a lot from this. Another reason, too, I want to get this into Starground is because I want to add different kinds of researches into Starground. Right now, we just have automation. I'm considering kind of changing the way the research is structured, and I want to do some dungeon research. And I think it's going to really help tie everything together a little bit more. Like, for example, some of the dungeon-specific buildings, you've got, like, the brewing station and stuff. That can all be a part of the dungeon research, so it'll help kind of break things up or organize things in a much better way. And also, I think this is just so much easier to look at and instantly understand, like, the relation between all these researches, you know? Because you look at this and you're like, okay, this research here obviously requires this research. It has a direct link to it. And especially once we start like graying these out when they're locked and stuff like that, I think it'll be really clear what's going on here. And again, the other huge big benefit of doing this like force-based thing is because this will work with modding. If I just sprinkle on another research here, it'll just add it in here and it's all fine, right? I think this will work really well. And this can almost apply to any game I ever make that has a research system. Or any kind of, you know, tiered pathing unlocks or whatever. This could also apply just as equally to like a skill tree, stuff like that. So, yeah, this works pretty well. We can just keep tweaking the visuals of all this and stuff, and then, yeah. Persona, yeah. Persona music goes pretty hard. And what's nice about these starting nodes too, like let's go back to the research table and purposely get rid of some of them. You'll see that it should just work. So if I get rid of all these, we have 3 nodes now. It'll like equally space them apart from each other. Just for those starting nodes. So you always get like a balanced research tree, right? Now, removing the earlier researches will change the direction of these, but it's kind of unavoidable. I don't know how else you would... Like, I'd have to remember where this is. Like, how do you determine which one is in what order? But I don't think that's... like, these nodes, I don't know if I'm ever going to add another base node onto here. Like, these are pretty... Each of these researches kind of represent an entire... realm of research. Like this might be advertising, and this is like aquariums, and this is, you know. So these initial kind of first connecting nodes will rarely ever change. So I'm not really worried about it. I think it's fine. And if there's an entire new branch in here, I think people will figure it out, you know. So yeah, that's a big step in getting this all set up. The next things now for the research is like getting the info panel pointing to the node properly and everything, which I don't think will be a problem at all. Let's also do that thing I was just talking about, having that like path that connects up to all the previous nodes. Because what's nice about this is everything has a reference to the root node. Or just its parent. That's what its root node is. So I can just kind of keep adding points and going up the tree to every single one. So I'll have another thing that says var connected, or not connected, selected, I mean, is false. And then if we're selected, we'll go ahead and just say do all the stuff. So I'm going to add another line 2D. And this is going to be the path line. So if selected, we're just going to say for I in range, and we're going to say path, the initial point, right? Points is equal to vector 2.0. We'll actually just change this to while. Let's see, how do we actually want to do this? I mean, technically we could just say while true. This might be a little cursed, but let's just say while parent is not equal to null. So we'll say parent is equal to get parent. And does get parent return null if it's not valid, or like what does it return? Yeah, null if it doesn't have a parent, so that should work. Then all we say is path.points.pushback parent.global position, and we convert that into the local position of path. Like so. And then each time we just say parent is equal to parent.getParent. So that'll just keep going up until it gets back to the root node, and then we're done. And we'll also say line 2d.visible, not line 2d, path is equal to selected. So that hopefully should work. Next thing is figuring out how we can actually make it so we can select these nodes. I could make them like a button, but I think that's kind of really annoying. Maybe we could do what I do inside of the tank menu. The way it works in there is like, we go inside of the tank menu. If there's a fish swimming around in here, it's tank fish. As soon as the cursor object in here hovers over them, like collides with their physics area. That's how that one works. So we could do that. Let's go back into the research menu with the nodes. I mean, there is also the possibility of doing like the physics pickable thing, wherever that is. I think it's inside of here, and you can say input right here and say pickable. Detect the mouse pointer entering and leaving, right? I don't know if it's actually going to work, though. Whenever I try enabling that function, it seems like it just never actually works. But we'll give it a try. So we'll just say mouse. Apparently that's not a thing. Oh yeah, we have to get our area 2D. Mouse enter.connect. The function selected is true. Let's just see if this works. I'm like pretty confident this won't work. Yeah. I don't know. I just always have problems with this thing, with this pickable, especially when we have sub viewports like this. I think that maybe that also causes issues because it doesn't pass through like the mouse events. So I don't really know how we would do that. I think an easier method is just to give this like a control node, maybe. Give this a specific size, like 32. Set the position to -16. Then this itself has a mouse entered signal, and it just seems to be so much more reliable. I can never get the physics picking to work. So let's give this a try. Okay, it did work. Except this kept going up and up and up, and now it's a sub viewport. So you have to say, not while it's null. We have to say if par.getParent is a research node, then we set it to that. Otherwise, we say parent is null. So now this should be working. Let me make sure I did this right. Par.getParent. Yeah, par is par.getParent. Should be fine. Let's try this. I don't see the line stuff appearing, but like, I think it's working. Let's print out whether it's selected or not. So yeah, we can see it's all set to true, so let's figure out why that's not working. So path.points is vector2, 0. Parent global position. Let's make sure this path ordering is above everything, probably. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be working. Let's see, let's print out path.points. Make sure they're all here. Okay, so it's just not doing... It's just not doing it. Let's just say while parent is research node. Then just do this. Maybe that'll fix it. Still just setting it all to 0. Which is strange. Say path points pushback. Path to local parent global position. I'm not sure what's going on here. Let's see if this is like doing stuff. Yeah, it's going down 3 times. Maybe I just need to do this all at once or something. Then down here I say path points is equal to points. Here we just say points.pushback. Let's try that maybe. Still not working. I wonder what's going on here. I'm not resetting the points anywhere. Visibles, that. Okay, it's definitely showing all the points here. Oh, is it because I have that low? Oh. There we go. So let's just set it to... Let's just do it like to... That'll be fine. I'll change that color later. So that's working. It's printing out the points. Now let's just connect up to here. Let's call this also a mouse region. Mouse entered. Then mouse exited. Say selected as false. Really, we need two different things. We need var hovered, right? Hovered is false. And then in physics process, we say if hovered, if input.is action just pressed, you know, click left, then we say selected is true. So let's try this. Also, just to make this easy in here as well, we'll say if hovered. Also, I think I'm going to change this to not be a sprite 2D anymore. Just change this to a regular node. Because I want to be able to change like the scale of this stuff independently of everything else. So if hovered, sprite2d.scale is equal to vector 2. Let's just say 2.0 temporarily. Otherwise, we set it back to 1. So now we should kind of be able to tell when we're hovering. The only thing that's going to be annoying about this system is getting it working with controller, because these aren't like real control nodes. Well, I guess there is that one control node though on the node. So I mean, maybe we can get this working. But anyways, you can see this now. It's interesting that the root node doesn't actually get hovered. Oh, right, because if it's, yeah. So now if I select one of these nodes, boom, it shows the like line. And then on that moment that we press the node, I can tell this to update and point to our selected node. So yeah, let's give that a try. Also, yeah, let's set this path ordering back down to this one's to -2. Set this one to -1. Okay. I think this stuff's a little good. So on the moment that we select, let's say if not selected, selected true. Otherwise we say selected is false. Okay. Now, back in our research menu, we'll call up to the top of this tree. Do I have a Twitter by chance? I do have an account for Big Boy Games, but to be completely honest, I don't really use it very often. Sometimes I'll throw stuff in here for new Starground updates and stuff. These are some screenshots I took from point 15. But I like Blue Sky better, so I do have Blue Sky. Showing you live. What is this? This is actually neat. Stream on Twitch, set your live status on Blue Sky to add a badge to your avatar. That's actually kind of sick. How do I do that? Go live. Oh, shoot. It's actually pretty cool. Oh, do I have to manually tell it, though, that I'm going live? It's a little annoying. Okay. Well, we'll be live for 1 more hour. So let's click the go live button. That is pretty neat. So now, if you're on Blue Sky and you see that, you know I'm streaming. And it'll auto expire. So all I have to do is just drop the link in here and then set how long I'm streaming for. I guess that's fine. I wish it was automatic though, like it would just pull a request from Twitch and be like, is he live or not? And then just automatically set the status, but I mean, that's okay. Just another thing I gotta remember now. I do wonder if there's like a... It says, new post notifications from 2 left thumbs. It's stupid that I get notifications for for retweets or reposts, whatever. I don't know why X does that, dude. The thing I love about Blue Sky is that I can get rid of all the garbage and just have the only posts section. And what this is only real posts of people that I'm following. This is so much better. I don't know why X doesn't have that. But anyways, yeah. I'm pretty sure the link to that stuff is in the Twitch description. Let me go see. If I go to my channel. Here we go. Links. Blue Sky link. Yeah, I think Blue Sky is better. I thought it says something here about social links. Did it show a thing about social links somewhere? I don't see a way to do it. Edit. This is the stream. Well, I don't know how to do it. I guess it's fine, doesn't matter. Anyways. Continuing on. Let's keep working on these funny buttons. Let's not set the scale so enormously huge. Let's do like 1.2. Let's see what this looks like. Boom. Also, these seem to be all staying selected. So that's the next thing, is I need to like tell it like, hey, you can only select one thing at a time. Let's do that. I think I'm just gonna control all of that in this like world section here. I'll just get a reference to var selected node. Type of research node. Starts off being null. And then in here we say, whenever we do get selected, if world dot selected node, then I say world dot selected node dot selected is false. So now when I click on one of these, oh well, I don't think it actually saved that thing yet. Oh, and also when I get selected, I have to set it to myself. There we go. Let's try this again. Yeah, I'm hoping I can get this working with controller on Starground. I think if I just do... like, because we have that one control node on top of here, and control nodes take, like, controller inputs. I think that would work, the mouse region node. Because on this, I can set, like, focus mode right here to be all. And that's the way that we can focus. I hope. I think it'll work. Yeah, anyways, looks like the selecting stuff is working. I mean, I think the system's good in terms of the dynamic creation of it. The next thing now is just doing like just like adding in the research for real. So I don't want to set up a system for research that isn't actually going to be in the game. So what kind of research do we want? I think there's a whole bunch. One of the big things that you'll research is like regions you can go to. So we'll have to draw icons for all of those. This game's gonna have a lot of icons, isn't it? That's fine. And then some of these upgrades in here eventually I think I'll also lock behind research. I don't think I want to lock these. I mean, maybe keep net size could be a research thing. I'm not sure yet. Or maybe I just lock equipment upgrades behind a research, you know, so you can't get any of these until you do the research. I think it might just be a nice, like, progression thing. I'll probably keep, obviously, aquarium and marketing visible from the beginning. But yeah, maybe keep equipment locked. Because this is kind of an optional thing in here. Yeah. So let's do a general icon for equipment. What would be a good icon for that? Maybe a gear, but it doesn't really make sense. Actually, I already have that tackle box that I drew, which I think could work as an icon for that, honestly. If I go back into here and go grab this guy. It is a little bit too small, but we can just scale this up and redraw it a little bit. And I think I'd like to mirror this. Scale it up to 32. And now just kind of redo it. Because tackle box is your equipment. So it makes sense. Yeah, let's try and clean this up, though. Man, this game's gonna have so many icons. It's pretty insane, actually. But icons are my favorite thing to draw, so you know what? Not a big deal. Because we're going to need an icon for every single research, every single upgrade, every single region. Gets pretty crazy, actually. But I don't know. I think visuals like that are always a far superior way of like showing stuff to the player. Like, we could keep everything text-based if we wanted to, but like it's so much more intuitive, I feel like, to just look at an icon and then you just immediately like know what's going on, you know? Let's see, this like side is weird. That's better, I guess. Let's do that over there. This will be fine. There's too much junk in the way. Let's get rid of this. All right. Gotta fix this one. It'll be on 3s. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Tackle box. Let's fill this stuff in. These don't really make sense down here. Like that should go down to there. Like that. Yeah. This can go to right there, like that. Alright. Now we can add all the other things back in. Let's open the old one for reference. Looks like a pixel art Minecraft grass block. Yeah, it'll change. Is it gonna delete this? Hold on. Let's save this as an icon really quick. Now let's open this. Okay, so it's got like that rim around the edge, so let's do that. Just figured I might as well make it actually like consistent with what it looks like in game. It's correct right there. And it's got the latch on the front, which will be right around here. Sure, like that. Okay. And this should be anti-aliased. These will be anti-aliased. We had the shadows down here. Anti-alias. Now we got to do the handle, and I guess that's it. I guess that's it. All right. Let's make the handle a little larger. Shading time. And this is going to have the dark region here because it's casting a shadow. Keep that like that. Same over there. Maybe actually do the inverse. Yeah. And then all this stuff needs an outline. And that needs to be fixed there. Same with that. It's a little too thick. I'm gonna increase the size of the bottom here. Let's see, just to keep this consistent. This goes to the left, and this goes to the right. Boom. Just like that. Oops. Okay. It's better. I think that's pretty much it. Well, just minor stuff. Technically, I guess this would have a shadow down here. Maybe round these tops a little bit. All right. And then the final step. Outline colors. Like that. Icon equipment. Boom. Let's raise it up by 1 pixel. All right. Let's start adding in real research. I'm just going to delete everything in our research menu because it's filled with a bunch of garbage. All right. So research, equipment. All right. Description. Unlocks upgrades to your fishing equipment. Alrighty. What's another thing I'd like to unlock? Let's open this up again. Let's also make sure... Oh yeah, something we're not doing yet is actually setting the icon, so let's do that really quick. Also a couple other things. If we're selected, I want to change the color. So if hovered. Color. Just white. And then here. And I just want to multiply the values here. Like that, I'm pretty sure should work. And also, on ready, I need to have some more info in here now. So like var research ID should be a string. And in ready, we're going to say var. Actually, if root, I'm going to say sprite2d.texture is equal to preload icon research. Boom. Yo, Frisco, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Now we're going to get var research data, dictionary, research table, get research ID. We say sprite2d.texture is equal to research data.sprite. So that'll set the initial sprite. Maybe possibly we even have the name appear and stuff above the node, just because it would be epic and cool. So let's see. It's always jank what you have to do with this. Here, I did the same thing inside of the fish tank. I think I just used a center label or something. Okay, no, I didn't. But, like, how do I do it? Oh, was it because I had it? Yeah, I had it left centered. As long as you keep it, like, actually horizontally centered, then it's fine. So let's go back to this. So we got this label. Just keep it as a regular label for now. So bottom, center on the bottom. Now in here, we're gonna settle this stuff. I just rename this as name. Oops. All right. So name.text is going to be research data.name. And then position is the size divided by 2. And now we can also set a default vertical position. Set size. Set it to at least -40. I think this font size is a little bit too big. But I don't want it to be too much smaller. Let's adjust the scale to 0.5. So when you do that, I think you have to say... So let's see, 72 divided by 2 is 36. Oh, what's going on here? 72 divided by 2 is 36. Yeah, see, this is weird. Because I have to then multiply that by the scale. So I have to say times 0.5 like that. It's not a huge deal, but I just have to make sure I take that into account. Like that. Alright. Hopefully this works. Let's check it out. It is all dead. That's because I didn't actually set the research. Let's go back in here. When we're adding these in, we say node.research ID is equal to research ID. Alrighty. Ouch. My knee. And then also let's choose when this name label is active. And we'll make it active if we are hovered. Let's try it out. Check it, guys. Equipment. Then when you click on it, it stays white now like that, just to make it easier to tell that you're doing that. Actually, what we could do, I think, is apply that, also, let's make sure the name label's not visible by default. We have that one shader that we're using for the fish to do the outlining. So I could use the exact same shader on this. We go into tank fish. Yes, sir. We've got a shader going on. This guy. Just copy it. Go back over to research node. Apply it to our sprite 2D. And now we can go boom and make it have an outline like that. Now, unfortunately, one blunder I've done is I've extended the sprites out to the very edge. Unfortunately, gamers, this will not work. I'm gonna have to push these edges in a little bit. Just like that. It's not a huge deal. But yeah, I need to be careful about that though. Honestly, I feel like just as a general rule of thumb, it's usually a good idea to always keep a 1 pixel gap, because otherwise you get problems. This icon isn't really meant to be used in this way, but... So anyways, now in here, when we select it right here, we're not going to do this stuff. It's a shader for everything, yes sir. Oh, what's the game about? Yeah, I can show that off in just a minute here. Let me set this up really quick. Let's set shader parameter. I think it's on to true. Otherwise on to false. And I need to make a function for this. Function selected. set selected status, if status, else, and now we do this stuff. All right. So if that dot set selected false, and then we just say set selected true, then otherwise set selected false. So now we're going to be calling this function, do all that stuff. Let's try it out. Oh, it is not happy. Non-existent function set shader parameter. Oh, parameter. I meant to say eater. Let's try that again. Yeah, anyways, this is Lured In. It's about fishing. It's an idle fishing game. So you run your aquarium, you fill your tanks with fish, you make money passively. Then you travel to different areas, catch up fish, bring them back to your aquarium, and put them in your tanks. So yeah, you're in your inventory, boom, let's put this guy over there. So yeah, that's what it's all about. Right now we're just working on the research menu, and it looks like it's working. That's still visible though. I don't know why I was. Oh, it's because I said root is that. So let's make sure we're doing this. But it's coming along. I'm probably going to be pushing this same research tree code that we've done here over to Starground, because I just think it works really well, and why wouldn't we? So, and I think it's just much more interesting to look at than something like how it is in Starground, because I've never really liked how it was just a big list of a bunch of buttons, essentially. Like, I think it would be a lot more intuitive if it was structured like this, like a tree. So, I think that's going to be the plan. Oops. Also, we got an ad going on. My apologies. I'll answer your question in just a minute after ads are over. Equipment. And I'll probably keep that text visible if it's selected, maybe? I'm not sure. I mean, that could be contested. I don't know. It's probably okay. Anyways, now the next thing is when we've selected it, I want it to like highlight over here. I'll probably also make the other ones that aren't selected kind of semi-transparent. Just so it's not so like bright and annoying, maybe. Awesome. Actually, I'll probably just do that after it's already been researched, or it's not researched, so it's kind of like showing you that like, hey, this thing is not done yet. Equipment. But yeah, let's do this now. This info panel over there. Yeah, we're going to be doing an update very soon. I just wanted to get this system set up so that we can start like kind of figuring out what needs to change in terms of balancing with the research system. So yeah, I just wanted to actually give you guys something new to chew on, because otherwise I think that's going to be kind of the philosophy with these updates, is like, I don't want to throw you guys all these tiny little minor tweaks over and over, because I think it just starts to get boring. I don't want to like burn you guys out. Also, my plants are freaking floods in 3 minutes. Whoa. So I think it's just more effective for all of our time if you know, I kind of only push a new update if there's actually something meaningful that I'd like to test, you know? And of course, I think as we get closer to like demo time and public playtest time, the updates will be smaller because I'm more fine-tuning things. But like, at least with like how Learn In is and stuff and Deadlift right now, I'll probably only, update with like a new big thing. Like with Deadlift, I want to do another one soon, but only once I get some of the new stuff set up. And I've got some very interesting things to show you guys with Deadlift. It seems like a very minor thing, but it's actually going to be enormous for developing and creating the environment. Which, you know what? Here, I'll answer this question really quick. But so yeah, how to the UI for everything. So yeah, I've done all of the UI, everything in the game. I've done. The way that I'm doing like this, like the UI inside of here, is this is using a node in Godot called the sub viewport node. And essentially what that does is it like creates a little sub world inside of this UI. So like this has a completely separate coordinate system and a camera that can be active. It's basically like what you're seeing here on the main screen where my mouse is circling around, that's the main viewport. So you have the ability in Godot to make a second one, a tiny one, that's like a sub, like a child of the main viewport. So that's what this is, and that's also what I'm using for this research tree. Because it lets me create views like this where I can pan around and treat it almost like a little separate game world. And it works really well. I like sub viewports. They're pretty cool. Sometimes they're a little bit annoying occasionally to get like behaving properly, because you have to do a lot of like conversion between the coordinates of your main screen and the sub viewport coordinates. So that's the only thing that sucks a little bit. But otherwise, they do open up a lot of potential things. Theoretically, with a sub viewport, you could create an entire game inside of a game. You could have like a sub viewport of your main viewport and have like a little mini game in here, right? Or like a whole new world in here. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do with it. It's pretty neat. It's very, very good for things like this. And once you mess with them long enough, you kind of start to understand their quirks a lot better. Like, I really had no trouble getting this one set up. It only took me a few minutes, so... And same with, like, the one I have for this one. It really wasn't that bad. And now that I've got, like, a function to convert its coordinates into, like, my main screen coordinates, it's really easy. So yeah. But definitely, if you need some kind of menu like this or whatever, I would highly recommend looking into sub viewports. I think they're a good tool, something that people should utilize more. Of course, there are some concerns, that you have to be aware of. Sub viewports do render separately. So like if you have a bunch of sub viewports, you have to keep in mind those are all going to be rendering separately, and you could destroy your game's performance by accident. So that's one thing to keep in mind. But if you just have one sub viewport like this visible, then it's nothing. It's fine. Especially since this is such a baby viewport. There's like nothing in here. So eventually there might be quite a bit more going on. But yeah, thank you for the follow. So yeah, I can show you the function I use for that conversion. It took me a lot of time to get it to figure it out. Not gonna lie, it was a little bit annoying, but I got it worked out. So we go in here. There is a function in one of these. I think it might be in here. Process updates, that's selected. Because I had to use it for that line that stems from the little info panel over to the active fish. Okay, so I don't have it as a function, but I'm pretty sure this is what I'm doing here to convert. So essentially I'm grabbing, this is the sub viewport node. I say get global transform with canvas. and I'm multiplying that by the global transform canvas of the fish. So this is the sub viewport container. This is your actual node in as a child of the sub viewport. And then you call origin on that because these are transformed 2Ds and not like vectors. But then what that returns is a global coordinate in your main viewport space. So there's it took me forever to figure out this line, like a day, but it's only one line. And it works. So yeah, but yeah, feel free to copy this or do whatever. It seems to work in most circumstances as far as I can tell, but yeah. So I guess what this is getting, I mean, you can control click on these and see what it actually returns, right? So this is getting the transform of an item and converting it to a viewport coordinate system. So what this is doing, this section is saying, convert my sub viewport coordinates to my big viewport coordinates. And then you're multiplying it by the coordinates of that. So like to draw it out the way that this is working, because I think it's important to know how these things work and why. So that first section of the first code, this one saying get transform the canvas, you have your sub viewport here and your big viewport. So it's essentially saying get the coordinates, which is top left position of where this is like in space relative to the position of the big viewport, right? And then let's say you have another node inside of this sub viewport. The second part here, get global transform of the canvas. This is getting the position of this node relative to this sub viewport. So if you multiply this position by this position, you're able to translate this coordinate to a coordinate on here. So hopefully that makes sense. So it's taking like, this is in the bottom left corner, you convert it, now it's, you know, with origin from this point instead of from here, if that makes sense. So that's how I'm able to do the thing where in here, if you click on a fish, there's that line. It's because now I can just say, go from this global coordinate to the converted coordinate here because it's all in terms of the same viewport coordinate space. Sounds like I'm just yapping on. I don't know if this makes any sense, but you know, that's the way to do it, I think. It seems like an easy way to do it. It's one line. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe this breaks down in some weird situation and you shouldn't do it that way, but to me, as far as I can tell, it seems like it works. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way this has turned out. I think the system we've got set up for all that seems to be effective. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and we have a reference, I think, to the world down here. Let's see. Tank world. Oh wait, that's the wrong UI. Let's go back to the research menu. Okay, so let's get a reference to that node down there. I'm just gonna do this. World is that. Say on ready world is that. Now in function process if world dot selected node. I'm gonna grab this line, and actually I may go ahead and turn that one function I was just showing off into a global function. So function convert viewport coordinate, and then we pass in sub viewport and node. And node position. And this is going to return a vector 2 coordinate. So this is going to be type of sub viewport. It's capitalization. The node position is a vector 2. Or let's actually just pass in node. And it has to be, I guess this has to be at least a canvas item to have like a coordinate. Because I'm pretty sure this is what gives it a position. Maybe not. Maybe this needs to be a node 2D. But no, that doesn't make any sense either. What part of the node gives it a position? I thought it was this one, but I don't see it in there. So maybe a node 2D is a separate coordinate system than a control node? Whatever, we'll just pass in a node. Somehow every time I try using chords from sub-viewports, they ended up slightly off, yeah. It's definitely finicky, but, you know, once you get, like, a standardized conversion process, I think it's significantly easier. Yeah, Node 2D is a child of the canvas item class, but... Because, like, both a control node and a Node 2D have position values, but apparently those are re-implemented both times. They don't stem from, like, a shared class, from what I can tell, so little odd, but it's fine. I don't have to type it really. So let's go in here. I want to do, let's see what I want to do in here. I want to get that formula I was using, not where is it, tank menu or whatever. Right here. I'm gonna change this to be global dot get viewport. Thought it was convert viewport. Oh. Okay. Now we say sub viewport. Oh, okay, by the way, mistake that I forgot about. This is not the sub viewport. This is the sub viewport container. Keep that in mind. It's a specific node that reapplies the texture of the sub viewport to the screen. Yeah, I messed up. It's confusing. There's so many things going on. But yeah. Okay, let's go back in here now. Oh, when the new Lurden update comes out, I'm gonna be cooked. The upgrade's already at 1 billion. Oh man. Yeah, that's pretty insane. I will say, I think there's a lot of changes with this new update. There's a bunch of new fish, there's new regions, there's research. I would probably recommend restarting, just because the balance, like, it's going to be completely broken. But, of course, up to you. If you want to keep your save, you can go into, before you, like, erase it, wherever it is. Percent app data percent. And there's a file in there for your save data. You just go to Godot. I'll add a button in-game to erase your save, just to make it easy. But if you want to keep this, you go to app user data, find Lurden right here, and user data is the file that holds everything. So, in the future, I'm probably going to separate your user settings from your actual user data file. Just because it's weird having it bundled in together. I'd like people to have the ability to like swap out saves if necessary. Then I guess a line is what I do. Okay, so we got that. Let's go back into the research menu. So now we're going to do this. We get the sub viewport container. And then we get the world.selected node. Hopefully this works. So now we grab line 2D right there. We say dot points is equal to vector 2.0 and that dot 2 local position. So let's see if this works. So it needs to create a cheat trainer. Yeah. Let's try this out. Nice. Yeah, so that works. So now when you click on a research, it like has the line connecting to it, which will just give the player a good visual indicator of like, hey, look over here. It does get a little funny when you go outside of the thing like this, but it's fine. I'll have to figure out how to solve that. Anyways, back into here. Let's make a new function in here, which is like function research selected, and then pass in the research node, and we'll do everything in here. So first thing we'll do is or set selected, and then we'll say if research node is equal to null. Otherwise we do this stuff. Visible is false. Visible is true. And on ready, let's just say set selected null. Oh, and actually I can just make this entire info node say visible is equal to research node, not equal to null. I don't have to worry about this stuff. All right. Then let's just have a reference var selected node. Pretty easy. Cheat Godot saves. Yeah, no, I don't really care about people cheating, honestly. Like, it's not a multiplayer game, so I say do whatever you want. It's funny because even in games like Cookie Clicker, there's achievements that require you to cheat, which is kind of funny. Maybe clamp the max distance. I could probably do something like that, yeah. Or just make it go invisible, the line, if it's like not on screen. That's another option. That's a weird noise. Instagram has a weird notification sound. So now we say selected node is equal to research node. And I'll just use this for everything. If selected node, we do all that. And this is where we can settle the information in there. And this button's now going to be a purchase button. And it'll show how much it costs and stuff. So I think this should all work. Now back in here when we're selecting stuff, we just have to make sure we do set selected. And right here on visibility changed, if we go invisible, make sure the selected node now is null. So I think that should work. So now on set selected, we can do that, but then also say, like, owner dot self. Yeah. And then here we say null. I think that should work. Then I guess we'll need another function here too. Visibility changed. I can't type. Oops. Does this have a status? No, it's just, yeah. So when this node goes invisible, I'm going to go ahead and say set selected false. Visibility changed. All right, so this selection stuff hopefully should work. Let's try it out. So here we are. Owner's null. And the reason for that is because when you instantiate a node. So no problem, we just say research node.owner is equal to owner. That fixes that. Let's try that again. Glad that Lurden loads up so fast. Still invalid. I don't know why. Oh, I have to set it after it gets added as a child. So here, let's just set it at the very end. Let's try this again. One more time. There we go. So now you can see that if I go out of the menu and go back in, it gets rid of that menu, but it still shows that it's selected for some reason, which is odd. Oh, I have to say if visible, else, or if not visible. Now, visibility changed. Is this... Okay, yeah, that's fine. So, I mean, that should be working. Set selected to null. Let's try this again. Boom. That's odd. Just doesn't seem to be working. I should be calling that. Let's see if it's actually calling this. Ah. It's not calling it for some reason. Even though we say visibility changed.connect on visibility changed. It's not throwing any errors. It's quite peculiar, guys. Let's restart the game. I don't know why it's not calling that signal. It's a little annoying. I guess that... Okay, so I think what's going on with that is since it's a child of a sub-viewport, technically this signal doesn't work. So I just have to connect this to owner.visibilityChanged. Well, can I even do that? Because it happens after ready. I have to do it on a different node. Just temporarily we do that. I know it's atrocious, but... And it will cause issues, but... Nope. What? It does show that it goes away, though. Like it's printing it, so... Let's figure this out. Oh, it's because it's... Duh. Okay, how are we going to do this? Let's stop using our owner, because it's just annoying. Let's say... UI or something. And then here, if we say UI.visible in tree or whatever, so just be type of control node. Okay. Let's try this again. And then in here, instead of setting owner, let's just go ahead and say UI is equal to owner. Let's do this again. I wonder if this issue happens in the other UI too. I don't know. Oh yeah, now we don't have owner, so instead we say UI. Let's try this out. Close it. Boom. Yeah. So it works now. It was just a little quirky before. Also, I think I won't reset the camera position because why? Right? It just seems better just to keep the camera in the last position you were at. Yeah. Alright, so this works. You can hit the purchase button, which doesn't do anything yet, but... and something I'd like to do is after a certain amount of time, I want it to stop doing stuff. So let's see. We have this like physics active thing, which we were doing this before, right? Let's say after 1 second, physics becomes disabled again. Just for performance, I mean, not that performance matters very much in this game. It already runs like 1,000 FPS, but, you know, every bit helps. I do wonder, though, what the most laggy thing is. I mean, it's not that bad, whatever it is. Man, this is like nothing. But it's this process, upgrade panel process. That's fine. Not worried about it whatsoever. Once we start dipping below 300 FPS, maybe I'll do some optimization, but there's no point right now, honestly. The ocean. I also need to fix this stuff. It's a little weird, as you can see. That one took forever. Let's go to the global UI. Why is this not... Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Do I have to set this even lower? -3? What's the way that I program this? Let's see. Oh, I just hard set it to... Let's do z-index +1. That way, yeah, it doesn't get all stupid. Let's do, yeah, just -1 on there. So now when I hover over this, it'll, yeah, be what I want. FPS limit in the next update? I do want to do that because when the game runs at like 2000 FPS, it's problematic. So I'll add that in. Do I plan to do mobile? I don't know. It's hard to say, like, this game definitely lends itself to mobile much more, right, than something like Starground. Because it already runs blazingly fast, which is a big part of being able to do mobile. So it's a possibility, but I don't know yet. I'm gonna have to think about it. I wouldn't be opposed, but I probably would only bother if the game's already doing really well on PC, right? Or maybe as a last-ditch effort if it doesn't do well. I have always wanted to put out a game on mobile that's just free and not stupid. Because it's, I don't know, it always just fascinates me how much slop there is on the App Store. I get so tired of it. I'm always trying to look for a somewhat decent game to play on mobile, but it's always like just constant reasons it sucks. One of the things that's always really annoying is the way they balance games like that is terrible, because they do like they purposely make things extremely slow. Balance-wise, and it just becomes not fun unless you're paying a bunch of money, which sucks. So I don't know. I'm tired of the mobile app marketplace. It's terrible. There's not really a whole lot of games on the App Store that are not stupid. I can't imagine you got much stuff that isn't on. Oh, let's see. Yeah, compatible with compatibility mode. Yeah. I don't think there's a whole lot. I mean, there are some things like the shader. Usually the thing that breaks down with compatibility mode is the shaders. But, you know, if it's just a couple minor visual differences, like, that you don't get on the mobile version, then it's probably okay. Also, all of a sudden I can't select this for some reason. What is going on? I just made these things not take the mouse, and now... Hold on, maybe it's just quirky. What is going on? Update is off process. Well, these things are... What did I do? The timer. Which timer? Oh, the physics stuff. Yeah, you're right. I realize I'm doing it stupid. My bad. Let's go into the research node. Yeah, we just have to move this down after the physics stuff, so like... We'll do the position stuff at the very final step down here. Way down here. I'm a fool. So otherwise all this stuff should happen. Only bother setting radius if it's down there. I think we're good. This is all just the selection UI stuff. Which, technically, that stuff could probably be moved out of physics process, but... I don't know, it's probably okay. There we go. I just fixed this issue here, because these kept blocking your mouse from dragging, so let's actually go mark that down. Let's lure it in. There's an issue where the god rays in the aquarium blocked dragging input. But yeah, mobile, maybe. I could see like just selling this game for like $1 on mobile, you know? I mean, it's always like, it's tricky. Of course I would like to make money off of it if I spend the time to put it on mobile, right? But I hate the way that things are done in terms of making money on mobile, because it's always a combination of a ton of ads and in-app purchases, and both of those things to me kind of very contradict my values with gaming. First off, one of the big things is I think games should always be playable offline. Even games that are multiplayer, I always think there should be a single player option. I think it's stupid when like a game blocks you from playing because you're not connected to the internet. It's stupid. So that, yeah, ads wouldn't work. And also I just think it's such a scummy system, like popping up a big ad and being like, hey, watch this if you want to make any meaningful progress at all in the game. Like, it's just frustrating. And in-app purchases, very evil practice in my opinion. Like, I get that the game is free, but I think it's just so stupid to be like, here's this game, and then you don't get half the game unless you buy stuff on top of the potential original payment that you spent on buying the game. I think that's just dumb. So you can add system where you lose progress if you watch it. Yeah. Lose $10,000 for watching an ad. That'd be stupid. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, like skins could be fine. I wouldn't be completely opposed to something like that, because I feel like in terms of any of the monetization features, skins are the only thing I feel like that's like morally okay. It's not like I like it. Like, of course, I'd always rather have people just have all of the things unlockable in-game. But that's what must be done. Which is ever minus 100 monies, yeah. I don't know. I have to see. I mean, this is all super hypothetical, right? I don't even know yet. But it would be cool. I mean, I'd like to do a mobile game one day. Although, man, frickin' hate the Apple way of, you know, doing things, like the system where you have to do all the code signing, and it's just a nightmare. It's so easy for me to export to Linux and Windows, it's like nothing. Probably also this just as easy with Android, but Apple stuff is just a nightmare. Like, I bet if I added Android in here, it's probably super easy. Java SDK. Yeah, I mean, you gotta have the SDKs, but they like, that's it, as far as I can tell, right? Like, it's not that bad. But, man, Apple stuff, like, when you add the Mac preset, you can see all the garbage. It's like, you've got to do all that stuff, but then you need like a bundle identifier and all of these like different stupid things. I'd like to get it set up eventually, but also another thing that's really dumb is you need, like, I'm pretty sure you need to be exporting on a Mac, which is just another layer of it that's stupid. I don't know. Just do two versions, one normal and cheap, and one that costs $50, rich guy edition. That's just the normal game, yeah. Maybe. That is a thing that a lot of mobile games do, where there's like the free version with ads and in-app purchases, and then you pay for the premium version. Which I don't know if Apple allows that still. Another thing that I see a lot too with like specifically indie game developers, like one that I played recently, It's called like the Deep something. What is it called? I hate that when I look up the word deep. It's just a bunch of AI apps. It's made by that one person that made the other mobile games. God damn, what's his name? It's the game where you dive underwater and there's like these little resources you got to pick up. It's kind of like Dome Keeper. I can't remember the name. Here, maybe I have it installed. Feed the Deep. That's the one I'm thinking of. One guy that did the one thing. Yeah, this game. Because, like, he did a regular Steam launch. Yeah, Luke. It's a cool game. What he did for the mobile version, essentially, is it's free to play and install, but it's like a trial demo period, you know? And then it prompts you after. It's like, thanks for trying out the game. If you'd like to continue your experience, buy it for $1. That kind of thing. So, I mean, that's another option too. Like, make it a technically a paid game, but giving people a free trial period initially. And a lot of games do that. I think like Civ 6 also does that, and all the Walking Dead Telltale games do that. So that's another option too, which I wouldn't be completely opposed to, but, you know. Just call that shareware? Yeah. That is exactly what that is, yeah. I don't know. Maybe that'd be fine. Essentially what you do is Steam. You get the free demo and then you can buy the full game if you want. Also, yeah, you asked how long until customers start looking different. I want to do that very soon. I've got the reason why they wear a white shirt is so that I can color swap their shirts to whatever color I want. So I'll probably be doing that. Just have a list of different palette colors, and also changing like their hair and stuff. I'll probably do that. So soon, maybe for this update if I have time to. So I'll write that down as a thing to do. Doom, yeah. Age of Empires does that? Yeah. There's a lot of games that do it. I feel like it would be a mostly fine thing to do morally. But I mean, it's either that or just have two separate versions. Like one's the demo and then one's the paid version. I mean, you might as well just bundle it into one app. I wonder if Apple's changed their rules about doing two separate versions like that, because maybe that's the reason why so many more people do the free trial thing initially now, because you're actually not allowed to have a free version and a paid version. Because now that I really think about it, I haven't seen like any games that have a paid version anymore. So, I don't know. But yeah, maybe one day I'll look into that. Still on floppy disks. That would be pretty crazy. I don't know if the game would fit on a floppy disk. I don't think so. What even is the maximum size? Ooh. 1 megabyte? No. Yeah, there's no way I can do that. The game's already, I think, like 100 megabytes. So, I don't know if that's possible. I'd have to do some crazy optimization to get it to fit that. There's no way, unfortunately. Installs 20 floppy disks minimum, yeah. Oh, man. And the game will probably get a lot larger as time goes on. Saw someone play Factorio on lots of floppy disks? Yeah. Oh, I did see that video, I think, yeah. It's kind of insane. Game's 124 megabytes? Yeah. YouTube video. I will be doing devlogs and stuff for these games. Because I think it was a good way to build up some initial like hype around it. So And this game will be coming out relatively soon. I mean, I'm thinking Next Fest summer launch, right? We'll do Next Fest demo, then maybe right after in July, the full game will launch, so. But I'm holding off on doing the devlogs until I actually have a visible Steam page, because I think the rule I'm going to kind of follow, like, one thing I regret with Starground is I did the initial devlogs, but there was, like, nothing for people to, like, there's no actionable things to do. Like, it's like, okay, that's a cool game, but there's no Steam page or anything, so I guess I'm just gonna leave now. Bye. You know? So, I think before I start doing devlogs, I want to get the Steam page out, then I can have a call to action on the video and be like, hey, wishlist the game now. Right? So that's the idea. Which I think the Steam page will be up, like, really soon. I'm just kind of getting a couple more things implemented just to make it a little bit more of a representative of the final product. And then we can start getting the Steam page ready. I already paid the $100 and everything for both Deadlift and Lured In, so it's almost ready to go. But yeah. Also, before we leave, there's some Deadlift stuff I just wanted to show off really quick because it's epic. So, if you might remember, I was talking about how annoying it was to have to model the separate things for our mesh library thing. Because inside of here, right, we have all these different meshes. You might notice I only have one of each now. Because I buckled down and I really dug into the mechanics of how things work in Godot, and I figured out a way that I can not have to duplicate all these meshes. What this means is it's going to be a huge help in creating environments for Deadlift. Now that I figured out a solution to this, I think doing larger rooms is a very reasonable thing to achieve now. So I'll show you guys how we do it now. In order to get this working, we have to do like an initial... We basically are taking the original mesh library and making a new one. So if we go into here, right here, we grab the initial mesh library and we create a new one. And then it's essentially just doing a lot of copying over. So I loop through every single region that we have in the game, and I duplicate the mesh and give it the region prefix. So it's sort of simulating exactly the same setup we had before, but now I don't have to create all of those different ones manually. It'll just automatically generate it at the beginning of the game. So, and then I just set the materials with our region data materials. So now inside of every single region in here now has a reference to the material it needs, right? So butchery, floor, wall, ceiling, blah, blah. So that's the way that's working. And then I do set mesh, which is just duplicating the mesh here. Right here, this is where actually... So I'm duplicating the mesh each time, so it's creating a new reference to that mesh, because it turns out the way the grid maps do stuff is like each object that gets placed down is kind of all connected to each other. It uses a single like cached resource for the meshes. So I have to duplicate it for each region, otherwise I am not able to set a custom material for each mesh, which is a big problem because different regions have different materials. Yeah, this works really well. It's not really that complicated to do. And yeah. So I'll probably work on creating all the variations needed to do larger rooms. It's going to be a lot of things that I have to do, because I have to do like a side piece, and then a corner piece, and then a center piece, and then I have to do all the other variations. I have to do like an outer corner piece. There's a whole bunch of things I'm gonna have to do. It's gonna be annoying. Then also, if I do like the room is like a different size, vertical wise, like height wise, Then I also have to create variations that connect to the smaller height of the corridor. So I have to do like a corner with a door, a side with a door. Yeah, this is all assuming that I'm rotating the pieces already. This is actually this is like the absolute minimum that I need. So it's a lot. But I think it'll be worth it. I'll definitely be just reusing, like just rotating the corners, because with grid maps, you're able to set an orientation. So it helps a lot. But yeah. Let's see, 6 Devlux on YouTube, just started coding Godot. Nice, yeah. I've always really liked Godot. And even, you know, working on other projects and stuff other than Starground, it's still been a really good experience. Even, well, a lot better than Starground, if we're being honest. Uh-oh. That's not looking good, huh? Why is it over there now? It doesn't do that with the research. Okay, there's something wrong with my tank menu stuff going on here. Let's go look at that. I don't even really know what. Let's go see. Subcontainer and line. Oh, I think line is not what I want. I want the selected fish. There we go. Thought it was something horrifically wrong with my code, but it was just a minor problem. Yeah, as far as I can tell, the function I did here for the conversion of coordinates seems to work for any window resolution or scale or position, so seems like we're good. The research menu works pretty well. I'm excited to push this over into Starground, because I think Starground really could use it. It'll help a lot with the user experience, I think. I mean, obviously the button list gets the job done, but... Let's see, what do you use making your models for your 2D pixel art? I use Krita for all of the sprites that I draw. I think Krita's a nice program. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the best program for pixel art. But the reason I use it is because I do a lot more than just pixel art. I need something that I can do like regular high resolution assets in. If you're just strictly doing pixel art, then I would recommend using Sprite. But, you know, Krita is nice, it's free and open source, and I can use it for anything that I draw. It does take a little bit of tweaking to get it like good for doing pixel art, but I think it's worth it for me. By the way, are you scaling the game using containers? Like scaling the window? Or just with this coordinate conversion thing that I'm doing here? Because the way I'm doing the window scaling is pretty easy. You just go into window, and you just have to set a couple things in here. To do, like, you know, this resolution scaling, the way I'm doing it, set your mode to canvas items and set aspect to expand. And what that allows is for any resolution, any vertical height, or anything like this, and it just always works. It does mean that the way you set up your UI, you have to use anchors, because like you can see as I raise this up, those buttons on the bottom start expanding. But I think this is far superior to any other way of doing resolutions. Some games do like a fixed aspect ratio, which I've never liked. I mean, most people game on 16:9, but what if I want to make the window smaller and move it off to the side, right? Like, what if I want to do that and make it long and vertical? Saw someone using control containers. Just curious, yeah. I mean, that's essentially what I'm doing here. Like, all of these nodes in here are all, for all of my UI, all these menus and buttons are all control nodes. And on these, I don't position anything with hard numbers, like it's all with anchors. So, for example, like this node is set to center left, so it stays on the center of the screen over on the left. And like these menus are all set to center. This bar down here is set to like wide bottom. There's all these different like modes on here, right? So yeah, to do good UI scaling like this, you just use the anchors on control nodes. It's a good way of doing it, I think. I don't know how else you would do it. If somebody's using like containers and like, I don't know, that seems a little odd, to be honest. But yeah, anchors are the way to do it. And anchors are how you do it with like anything with like a web design too. You use anchors. And yeah, also, even with the sub viewports, I'm using a sub viewport container node, so that's also the same thing. Some things I don't use anchors, but very far and few in between. Like, for example, the size of our research menu is static. So as you can see, as I scale our UI, if it goes wider, it stays the same size, right? I do that just because it would be really annoying if like the UI was changing size. Like it's fine if these buttons expand, but I don't want our menu to be shifting around too much because it gets annoying. What's nice about the expand mode is if your thing goes vertical, then it just shrinks down, which is a good way of dealing with this. It does make it a little bit trickier, I guess, to see things when you have it vertical, but like, I think it's a good way to deal with things. It's the same way I do it in Starground and Deadlift. Yeah, I found it weird, but they had everything basically be a child of a margin container. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm doing here too. I mean, all of these menus, these are all panel containers, which are almost sort of the same thing as a margin container. It's just like it's a panel and a margin container in one. So yeah, any kind of element that's on screen, like this is a panel container, this is a panel container, there's a panel container. This UI here is a panel container. Margin and panel containers are good because it lets you control like the area things are in using anchors. So for example, you see how this has like a little border down here? The way I have this set up is this is all just inside of a margin container, and I set the margin so it pushes everything kind of away from the edges of the screen. So I use that in a million places here. You can see this has a margin container around these nodes here. This does like almost everything in here. We can look at any of these menus and you can see I use a lot of margin containers. I've been using more panel containers recently than margin containers, but they, again, basically do the same thing. So. But yeah. I do like the control, like the UI system in Godot. To some people, it's strange because they're typically coming from only doing like regular 2D stuff, but I highly recommend diving into it and understanding it because I think it's probably, out of all the different like methods of doing UI that I've seen, I think Godot's control node system is the best by far. It's just very intuitive once you understand what all these things mean, and you can set up some UIs very easily. You can do stuff like setting like a default main theme for everything, so I add a new button in here and I don't have to do anything. It's just automatically themed properly because it uses this like standard resource in here. So yeah, very, very convenient. It's pretty good. I just need some adjustment to it. That's fair. I mean, not everything is perfect. Wish there's a little bit more control over like doing like text scaling. Sometimes that's a little annoying because you have to like do a lot of code in order to set it up. But I wish there was an easier way to just like control the scale of all of the text, like font size. You technically can kind of do that by setting like theme overrides and then manually defining the font size in there, but it's really annoying. I wish there was just some kind of property I could change to just scale just the text and not like all of the UI. But alas. Do you wish the theme editor was better? Yeah. I mean, I think it's fine for the most part. Sometimes it's a little annoying trying to select certain nodes because you have to be like, which, you know, but it's not too bad though. I do think what it does is really, really helpful, so. I don't really know if Unity has anything like this. I'm sure there probably is, but I don't know. I'm over Unity. I probably won't. I don't know if I'll... I mean, I can't say for sure, but... I don't know if, you know, any other engine for me is going to compete with Godot. It's hard to say. Because to me, Godot has practically been the perfect engine. It's really hard for me to list anything out that's super problematic or wrong. Whereas I could do that for eons with any other engine. Let's see, I mean, the data manager, it's supposed to work in a similar inheritance chain, but custom base, yeah, is broken right now. Okay. Odd. So you can't do a custom resource as the base? That's pretty weird. Does that actually not work? It's like I've got button large, so I can't just set button large as my... Oh, yeah, you can't. Yeah, that's pretty stupid. They should fix that. That's, yeah. I didn't realize that was a thing, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, one thing I've never liked about Godot is scene inheritance. I think it's a mess. I think it's so much cleaner just to do regular script inheritance. I've never liked scene inheritance. It's just so, like, awful to figure out, like, where... like, what things are inherited and stuff. It's a mess. Yeah, custom base works fine. Yeah, like, that always works fine. Yeah, I didn't know that you couldn't do a custom base as... or a custom type as a base. Yeah, they need to fix that. But anyways... I think we're gonna end stream here. Got another ad coming up, and I can't snooze anymore, so. But thank you, gamers, for coming in. Don't get me started on it. Scene inheritance needs an overhaul. It's really a cache issue under the hood, yeah. Yeah, it's annoying. That's one of the things I would definitely change about Godot, is that the way that's handled. But all things considered, though, I still think Godot's a very good engine. It's free and open source. That is true. That's one of the reasons I like it so much, because I don't have to worry about, like, the issues that come with a private company, right? I always hated how, like, Unity can just be like, bam, now this thing applies to you. Godot doesn't have that power, which is very nice. I feel more confident using Godot, you know? Because I know, like, the things I'm doing are permanent, and they're not going to get screwed over. So. But yeah, let's go read Dobbs. Yeah, thank you, gamers, for coming in. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. Join the Discord server. I'll be putting up another update for Lured-In really soon, so be on the lookout. It's just a few more things I want to get worked out balance-wise. Before I put that up, but yeah. Otherwise, it should be pretty much good to go. Sorry, ladies, didn't get to see much of the Devon. It's all good. No worries. We'll be live again. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We'll be live again tomorrow, around 3:30 MST. Yeah. Thank you, gamers. I'll ping you guys on Discord when the new Lured-In update is out. And yeah. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Sorry, I thought I missed a... No, we're good. Okay, bye.